begins to talk. I hear the piper's mournful sound, and feel the earth beneath me pound. The wind it whispers tales of old, of lovers bold and hearts of gold, in moonlit fields where shadows glide. The wildest dreams in me reside. Oh, perpetually your walls still cry. The stars above, they watch and sigh. Oh, lovers dance beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers float like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. Through green and gold the rivers run, the morning light it kisses the sun. But somewhere far beyond the sea, your voice still calls, it's haunting me. In Irish winds and Persian sands, I feel your touch, the warmth of hands. Between the stars, between the sea, a love that's bound eternally. From Coke to Persia, through time we roam, two hearts entwined, one path, one home. The fiddle sings, the setter weeps, where love awakens, never sleeps. The fire burns, the winds may blow, but through it all we will not go. In every step, in every rhyme, you're with me still, across all time. Persepolis, your walls still cry. The stars above, they watch and sigh. A lover stands beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers flow like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. So here we stand where winds may blow, in Cork's green hills, oh, where the rivers flow. The night is young, the music's loud, we spin and sway beneath the cloud. I hear the piper's mournful sound, and feel the earth beneath me pound. The wind it whispers tales of old, of lovers bold and hearts of gold, in moonlit fields where shadows glide. The wildest dreams in me reside. Oh, persepolis, your walls still cry. The stars above, they watch and sigh. Lovers dance beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers float like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. Through green and gold the rivers run, the morning light it kisses the sun. But somewhere far beyond the sea, your voice still calls, it's haunting me. In Irish winds and Persian sands, I feel your touch, the warmth of hands. Between the stars, between the sea, a love that's bound eternally. From Cork to Persia, through time we roam, two hearts entwined, one path, one home. The fiddle sings, the setter weeps, where love awakens, never sleeps. The fire burns, the winds may blow, but through it all we will not go. In every step, in every rhyme, you're with me still, across all time. Persepolis, your walls still cry. The stars above, they watch and sigh. A lover's dance beneath the sky, where silken shadows intertwine. Whispers flow like wine so sweet, a heart that beats in ancient streets. The scent of roses fills the night, as fire and soul take flight. So here we stand where winds may blow, in Cork's green hills, oh, where the rivers flow. The night is young, the music's loud, we spin and sway beneath the cloud.
There it is. Okay.
Everything should all be written on the note cards as well, too. So, like, for getting points and stuff. Gotcha.
Well, good morning and welcome for Canto 20 on this cold Saturday. We're joining late, but as you can see from the bottom corner of my screen, our friends are finishing up a little custom card game that we've been playing while we were waiting for the last to get up and going. Canto 20 is going to be an interesting one because it's, at least in my opinion, the most poignantly introspective in the moment, because it even points out like this is the 20th canto of this work. Like it's the narrator, the character, and the author all speaking in unison for a change, which is fairly unique. When it comes down to like even the rest of this poem, because while Dante does always speak as all three, very rarely do all three as unify as a singular voice like it does in this one. And I have Desperado Sensei and Comp Sci Con and Coverage here with us again this morning. We're going to get started reading here in just a couple of minutes. Well, if you guys heard any of that, sorry for the loud media source. Don't know why the hell that started blaring. Frickin' OBS and its frickin' weird little gremlins.
Did you give them snacks before you started?
Not enough apparently.
Obviously not.
Mute the desktop
You must
audio
pay tribute.
Gotta mute the desktop audio for a second. Oops. Let's do this in a separate window. Ah, fuck it, whatever. I hate the way YouTube messed with their frickin' UI. Getting to videos used to be so much easier on your own channel than that. Okay, I can still be heard, so it's not too bad. Even though that audio was really goddamn loud a couple of seconds ago. Okay, no big deal. Now I can turn the mobile audio back on. Okay, so as we get into the reading this week, now that I know that everything's running correctly and we're not just broadcasting fucking one fucking low looping background track.
Your camera stopped.
I hate you, OBS. And it still stopped. What the hell? Okay. See? OBS, why are you a bitch? You worked last night perfectly fine. Everything was good. No problem.
Should we give her the old 1-2 restart?
Might have to. Okay, that's why stop virtual cam.
down into like a little landing area right by your table. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen videos of like burger places that like there are
But what is it? That like rare ham that they had, and I was like, or the raw ham or whatever it's called.
Okay, I seem to be back up and running. I don't even think, because I was able to get OBS back up and running so quick, I think it shows us as if never having went down. I hope I was able to pull that trick off. Fuck it. If you could check that for me, Despy, just to make sure that we're still live.
Looks like everything's working fine.
Okay.
Like sound-wise, at least.
Well, and video and all that, like it never went down because I completely closed OBS, shut down the stream, and opened it back up.
It was down with that green screen that you had, the background that you have with a little blue insignia mark for maybe 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. So, but we never went on live, which means it will be the same video. Good. Okay. So. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Any of you who are watching this who stream, you know the pains of OBS. This is not going to be new to you. I literally checked everything before I went to bed last night. Everything was great. I delete the test stream, and I get up this morning, and everything fucking worked. Gotta love it. That being said, we are going to get started in Canto 20 here. And as I was pointing out, it is this weird introspective moment where Dante, the author, Dante, the narrator, and Dante, the character, unify into a singular, cohesive voice. Whereas usually these are disparate voices that Dante uses to express a variety of different points of view on the things that we're going through. So this is at least in my opinion, because when he does this, because he does it more than just here, it seems to be his way of making the reader go, okay, I've just thrown a lot at you, take a minute to process everything, and here's what I'm trying to say as we go. Because these are very explanatory cantos when we come to them, as opposed to expositional or story-driven portions.
Yeah, and since we heard 60% just mentioned, we are now 60% of the way through the Inferno.
Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, when it comes right down to it,
was your own personal hell.
True. That being said, when it comes right down to it, when we get through this and get into Purgatorio, we will then be starting on some of Dante that most people have never ever fucking read. We are covering the most covered portion, but we have to go through it before we can get to Purgatorio and Paradiso. And that's where I honestly think we're going to get to have a lot more fun. It was when we're doing the stuff that nobody fucking covers. Because we're all nerds, we all love it, but at the same time, outside of university, you're never going to read this. Unless you're a nerd.
Even though Purgatorio is a lot of fun.
I mean, to be honest, both are great.
It gets a little unfun for a while. Like, it's, you can only follow so many choirs of angels on so many clouds before.
Well, the thing is I get what you're saying. It's not a matter of on fun though. Like, in my opinion, they all have their charm. But the thing is like, we don't cover it for the same reason that the church had to invent hell in the first place. Heaven doesn't make any sense if you don't have some kind of reductio ad absurdum on the other side. They were actually starting to lose followers before the advent of hell. Just saying. Like, we could track this through, like, historical, anthropological, and archaeological data. Like, like they invented hell to make people believe in heaven more.
What can I say? Conflict sells.
Well, it's not just that. It's also, at least they couldn't have known this back then. At least not in the way that we understand it today. The human mind cannot accept something that is too perfect. It does not make sense. It gives us a sense of uncanny valley. It is something that doesn't make sense, which is why whenever you talk to somebody about what the concept of heaven is, who is not a like heavily studious theologian, the explanation that you get is always going to be different. We have people who believe they're past family members are angels now, rather than just souls in heaven. We have people who believe all kinds of nutty shit about heaven, like we're all going to have mansions and everybody's going to be fucking and every blah blah blah. Pick your fucking crazy shit you've heard. These people actually believe it.
Magical underwear and a different planet.
Yeah. I mean, exactly.
Even though Plato argues the opposite, right? Like, he argues that religion, as he knew it, was too imperfect, that the gods are fallible and they're too quirky, and in fact, they wouldn't be. They would be perfect. And he wants to fix Greek religion and make it so that they represent the forms, and that the forms are themselves, perfect, not imperfect. Too much conflict among the gods as well.
Yes, because when you are an ideologue and you believe in perfect idealized forms, and you have no evidence to back up that belief, and you build a whole philosophical structure and life mantra around it, yeah, that's going to lead to some problems when you try to address something like the gods. Or even Yahweh, if you're being honest. Like, if you fucking go by the actual, like, text of the book and include all of it, Yahweh is far from perfect. Like, nobody could argue that he is in any way, shape, or form beyond that he says he is. And, yeah, if you're perfect, you know what your creation's going to do, and you're not surprised when they do it, and you don't punish them for doing the very thing you created them to do. Just saying. Far from perfect.
I think this is why a lot of early Christians pointed to Plato as anticipating, not anticipating Christianity per se, but anticipating monotheism as a concept. It was because he needed there to be no conflict between the gods.
Yes, and in a point, I can understand the impulse as a perfectionist. As somebody who is really, really meticulous in things that I do like that, I understand that impulse. The problem is, if I were to try and say any kind of meticulous level of detail as applied to humanity as a whole, that'd be wrong. It'd be inaccurate. It would not meet the observable evidence straight to my face. So to then build a structure around this thing that I know can't be real because I'm seeing the evidence against it right before my eyes is in and of itself causing your own conflict. That's why I fall between Aristotle and Plato on this, because the Platonic perfect concept is a abstraction that we need, and we need the Aristotelian pragmacy for the rest of it.
Yeah, but I would say Plato agrees that humans ought to be depicted as in conflict and imperfect and all of this. He just believed that the divine should not.
Yes, because he elevated the divine to be something that was beyond reproach, which, again, if the gods exist at all, the evidence therein would show that there is conflict between them. If what they actually believed were the spheres of influence of these gods, Zeus with lightning, Poseidon with the sea, blah, 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 all these things were really what they thought they were, the evidence of the natural world around them showed them there was conflict. So then to believe otherwise is to believe against the evidence of your own eyes, and therefore to believe in lunacy, which is why Plato, in my opinion, should be taught with a giant fucking asterisk next to his name whenever we teach him to anybody under the age of fucking adulthood. Because that concept of perfection, it doesn't fucking exist.
Well, Plato also argued that he should not be taught to anyone under 30.
And that was in a time period where 30 was a fucking old man.
Yeah.
Yes, because at that point, Plato understood, and this is why asterisk. Say that again? Sorry.
Nietzsche had the same age cutoff. He also said 30. Do not read me before you were 30.
Yeah, but at the time Nietzsche wrote, 30 was not exactly, ready for AARP. Just saying. It was... when Aristotle wrote, and when Plato wrote, and when Nietzsche...
70.
Huh?
Socrates was 70. And the Athenians achieved some pretty impressive age limits.
Oh, I'm not saying that there weren't people who lived to older ages, but the average age, the average life expectancy for most people was not that high. And we've proven that. And we know why, all kinds of things, parasites, all kinds of other shit that we now have answers for. But that being said...
Correct me if I'm wrong, the life expectancy issue is often misunderstood because most life expectancies show life expectancy at birth. But if you survive past, say, 5 years old, then you are likely to live a lot longer just because there was a much higher infant mortality back then.
Yes, but you would still have a much lower end cap than we do today. Usually about 60 to 63 was the end cap, where now it's over 100.
I mean, think of it this way. You fall, you hit a rusty nail of some kind or a piece of metal of some kind, you get tetanus and
all kinds of things. Yeah. It's not that humans have evolved or changed or anything dramatically in this time period. It's that all the things that would kill us at the early ages of 50, 60 before, we now have answers for. We go to a doctor for that shit, or we get a vaccine.
Like lead poisoning. Lead poisoning being one of them.
Among others, but yes. So, that being said, as we kind of digressed into this is, as we get into the Canto, this is Dante's digression, in my opinion, because he does this a few times over the other two books as well, and it's when he does this, it is almost like, intermission isn't quite the right term, because intermission, you're not continuing to get story in some way. This is like intermission if somebody came out and then did a monologue little speech between the set redressing.
Oh, this is like a Shakespearean soliloquy.
Yeah, kind of.
No, actually, I would say it's more like a restoration aside. While that someone's doing an aside with the audience while the set's being moved, and then once the set's finally moved, the aside finishes.
Well, that's essentially what the soliloquies were for the stage back then. So yeah, it works still. Yeah. There was a reason they were so long.
Or a Ciceronian regression.
What was that,
Rich?
The difference
is that
I was just going to suggest a Ciceronian regression would be another example of that.
Okay, sorry, you guys both started at the same time, so I didn't hear the first word. Despy?
the thing I was going to say is that the soliloquies were designed to be heard as like the person's internal thoughts, whereas the asides are a breaking of the fourth wall.
Okay, I'll give you that. But they were still for the same purpose of we got to give people the time to change shit.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like that, like someone like showing the internal thought of a character and somebody like legitimately breaking the fourth wall. I think are two.
No, you're right, and that's why I'm saying it's a good point to bring out. But they serve the same purpose. They're filler to give people time to fix shit in the background. And the only difference is because I know other novelists who do this, and other like poets and people who do this throughout history. The ones who do this right, oh my god, it's like the effect it has is amazing. One of the other greats who does this is Emerson, who do these asides or these kind of like
Oscar Wilde.
Yeah,
Oscar Wilde does a wonderful job with this.
Also true. What's his name?
Very home companion.
True. What's his name? Melville does them well as well.
Yep.
And for those of you in the audience who are not huge into reading the classics, read everybody we just listed, because everybody that you read today has read them. I guarantee you. Like, every single author that you love today, I guarantee you has read those authors. Every single one. That being said, we will get into the reading now. Of a new pain behooves me to make verses, and given material to the 20th canto of the first song, Witches of the Submerged. I was already thoroughly disposed to peer down into the uncovered depth, which bathed itself with tears of agony. And people saw I through the circular valley, silent and weeping, coming at the pace which in the world the litanies assume. As lower down my sight descended on them, wondrously each one seemed to be distorted, from chin to the beginning of the chest. For towards the reins of the countenance was turned, and backward it behooved them to advance, as to look forward had been taken from them. Perchance, indeed, by violence of palsy, someone has been thus wholly turned awry, but I never saw it, nor believed it can be. Okay, so the way he's describing these people here, the best way I can visualize this is a mannequin that's been put on backwards from the waist up. Like the way he's like describing this. They're walking one way, but they're facing the 180 degrees the other. Which, by the way, sounds fucking painful. Just saying. I used to be pretty flexible, but that sounds painful.
I don't know. I swear my kids could find a way to do it.
Maybe. If so, you might want to call that bishop in and get an exorcism. Just saying,
hey,
when your kids start Linda Blairing, you got other problems.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, sometimes when I go to bed, I open the door and I just see the sleeping position my 7-year-old is in, and then I'm like, well, I've seen this before.
Oh yeah.
We don't need an old priest and a young priest yet.
Well, yeah, but that's laying on the ground and not walking. I've seen that too. Kids, grandkids, yeah, the positions they put themselves in. I'm like, how are you not in pain, you fucking young person? That being said,
the cat is reeling back in your position. Cat's like, oh god.
Yeah,
how do you do that?
Freaking little rubber bone children. But the way this is being described, they're silent and weeping. So this is again an odd juxtaposition as we transmit from the third bolgia to the fourth. We went from burning kind of angry, bitter people, where there was constant sound and murmuring to now these motherfuckers are silently weeping and walking around twisted like they're like I said, like a mannequin that's been put halfway on backwards. This would be, I mean, let's be honest, all of it would be surreal, but this would be like jarring even within the surreal to have like this sudden ice water hit you like this. And I think that's like the intent, obviously. Like this isn't to get veined out of a fucking or mined out of a vein of fucking literature somewhere. Like he created this for a reason. It's more likely the intent of the effect, but at the same time, like to actually put yourself into the character Dante in this moment. Like, let's think about it. You've been walking through this, what, at least at this point, probably feels like days, even though it's probably only been, let's see, it's 24 it's 72 hours from the beginning of the book to the end. So it's at most been like 18 hours, 19 hours. You've seen some of the greatest people and worst people in history in the same fucking place, being tortured and like fucked up by the denizens of hell. Like this would be like one of those moments where you go, do I really want to keep going? Is it worth it? And I think if any of us would feel that way in this moment.
I'm almost there. I kind of want to turn back.
Because, like, this is sucked all the way there. How much worse is it going to get before I get there? Kind of thing. And let's be honest, the only reason Dante, the character in the poem, goes forward is because he has a guide who he's basically in love with.
That's been that way before.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. If it wasn't for Virgil, Dante'd probably still be on the fucking island with the leopard and shit. Like, he would have never left. He would have just been like, nah, I'm good. Like, even if they would have let them pass, he would have been like, nah, I'm good. I'm not going any further. Because, like, you saw that fear, that reticent to move forward from the beginning. And it was only, every time there's even an inkling of it, it's always Virgil who speaks up, not Dante the character. Every time. And I think this is, if not intentional, a subconscious indication that Dante is trying to create a world that he himself doesn't want to put his own character through.
Sure. I mean, that makes sense.
And therefore, if he doesn't want to go through it, he's probably thinking about his readers who are similarly superstitious, similarly, let's be honest, because most people at this point couldn't read. He's only preaching to about 15% of the population. Most of the people that are going to be similarly educated and like a lot of similar experience who are going to end up reading this.
A lot of them don't have kids, especially young kids that sleep in weird positions at night.
That part I'd have to say I'm going to give you that one as a joke, but yeah, I'm just going to say, like, more than likely, like, when it comes right down to it, no, they would have woke their kid up if their kid was in that position, because they would have thought some crazy superstitious shit. They'd have woke him up, thrown salt over him, something, and then fucking put him back to bed. Like, I'm not even going to try and, like, look into the superstitious, like, practices like that. But, like,
hey, you want me to shake him? No, don't wake him up. Jesus Christ. We got him to bed, finally.
Oh, God. Yeah. Okay, for any of you youngins who are in university who might be having kids for whatever reason in the near future, why? First of all, second of all, the things that kids will get up to will scare the living bejesus out of you. They're fine. They're made out of rubber. Take them to the hospital if it doesn't go away after a day or two. It's one of these things where kids, like, there's a reason that Despy's gray and I'm balder than even anybody else in my family. Oof, yeah. And for some reason, Rich, like, chooses to work with young kids. I don't know. Crazy person.
I'm sorry. What was that?
You work with all ages. You just also work with young age.
Yeah.
Most of my career, I've only worked with high schoolers.
Oh, so this is only recent with the young. Okay, fair enough.
I'd say about 2 years ago is when I started getting all age.
Well, I thought you did like middle school and school, not just high school. But that's fair enough.
Never did middle school until recently.
Yeah, fair enough. That being said, it's one of those things
Middle
where
school terrified me. I would do. Like, I mean, if you were to take me to a public school, middle school, like, to me, those are the lowest circles of hell right there. I'll take, give me elementary or high school any day, but middle school,
Yep, middle school is a war zone.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, there's not a thing There's not a thing of any conversation.
I'm just lucky because they behave like high schoolers, but but public school, middle school, oof.
All I'm going to say is all the conversations I've ever gotten in with people online that have gotten heated and people have like said obscenities and called names or whatnot, there's not a single one of those that actually scared me or bothered me whatsoever. And that's all because I teach middle school.
Yeah. What I really feel sorry for is middle school substitute teachers.
Yeah.
Because at least you figure out a way, you figure out a way after you've been around them long enough, and you can predict their behavior somewhat, and you can head them off at the pass. But when you're substituting,
I'm guessing both of you guys were good kids. See, usually kids who aren't particularly good, we could deal with the middle schoolers and the younger kids just fine because we know every trick they're about to get up to because we've already been punished for it 12 times.
I know the trick. Just knowing them doesn't do anything to help you stop them.
No.
Oh. I guess that's just, like my grandkids, it drives them fucking nuts when they're over here because I'll be in here playing a game with my headset on and I'll be like, you're too quiet. And just like walk in and be like, what are you guys up to? No. What did you just hide under that fucking pillow? I get that drink in over there. They never get away with anything. It drives them insane.
Right. Because you're talking about 2 kids. Now try do that with 30 in the same room.
Yeah, that's the problem.
3 kids.
Yeah,
try doing it with 30 in the same room.
When you're busy with the one, that's when everyone else gets away with something.
Oh, right. I'm sure they get away with some shit. But my point is, it's that they don't understand how I can predict what they're gonna do, and it's like, I was a worse kid than you were. You guys are pretty well behaved. This is easy.
See, the problem here is you can predict it, but it's like predicting like a rock slide that's coming your way. You can't avoid it, even if you can predict it. The inevitability of it is just makes it worse.
California Highway Services would like a word with you. We have webbing for that now.
Yeah, well, let's just put it this way: that when it comes to policies, especially for how to teach in a classroom, certain administrations are trying to take as much of that guard railing away, so that there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah, well. We all know the stupidity that goes on in the education system, which is why we do shit like this, because even at the university level, you guys need help on some of this shit, because you guys don't get what you need at the university like you're supposed to. we just digress a little bit too much for hopefully to your amusement. But that being said, like going back to what we're reading and why we got onto it, like this surreal picture that we're giving you of kids is kind of what he's doing of hell. And the way he's doing it of hell is, again, I've pointed this out almost every episode, for his time period is revolutionary. Could have literally gotten him murdered by people in the church. Like, people send assassins to kill him for saying these things. And this isn't the only place he writes in such a, what's the right word? Provocative way? Like, to put it into, like, a semi-clinical term?
Mildly adversarial.
Yeah, but so it's like, for him to do this, he has to know that his readers, to put it into a more, like, American juxtaposition here, are clutching their fucking pearls after 19 cantos of this shit. Mm-hmm. Because it may have taken us many weeks to get through this. They would have gotten through this in, like, a day or two. I mean, these cantos aren't that long. The level of excess apparatus information we're giving you is why we have to go over it for so long. If we were to just read this at our own pace, I'd probably get through the Inferno in like hour and a half, 2 hours.
But then we may miss a lot.
I'm just talking about the people who are reading this in the time period of Dante. Like, It would not take them that long. So he's giving them the time to kind of like
they
settle.
Also would understand a lot of the references that we have to kind of learn about.
Yeah, and
because it would have been contemporaneous to them.
Absolutely. And furthermore, it would have also been like, for us, we've read this many times in the past. This would have been their first time reading it. This would have been like edge of your seat. You wouldn't have put this motherfucker down. Like, that's, you know, like, if you're reading it yourself, you would have not put this down.
You're looking for your name in it. Just
possibly, yeah. Well, and the other thing is as is pointed out at the beginning of this canto, this was written to be performed. This was not written to be read. Somebody was meant to read this aloud to groups. Like, this is a performance piece. Like Homer. Yeah. So this is very much like an aside. This is him giving the everybody a chance to catch their breath and unclutch their pearls and you know all that jazz, because like he has to know how crazy this is. Because like, let's be honest, Rich, you're a adult converted Catholic. Outside of like your like more educated friends, like when you're just talking like your average like Catholic person in the pews, if you were to go through and explain like all the nuances of Dante, how many of them would know half of these references?
No, they wouldn't. Although they've all read Dante, which is funny because they've all read Dante. Because if you're raised a Catholic, like that's part of your education. But most people who read Dante aren't really getting most of the references.
They're like, oh, it's pretty, and never touch it again. They don't understand the surrealism and like how like daring it was to say. So like, yeah, like even the majority of people who believe the same shit that Dante believes now, they wouldn't understand this. They would not. If this was performed today, it would be an art piece at best. The actual significance and the underlying meaning would go, for the most part.
I mean, we kind of do, right? Like the modern context of learning this stuff is playing the video game that's based on it.
Or watching the cartoon show, or watching the fucking movie.
Well, watching Lucifer and seeing all the elements that make reference.
It's more than just that. There's more games than just the one that says Dante's Inferno that is based on the Inferno. The entire Devil May Cry series is like the main character is Dante and his brother's name is Virgil.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
I mean, it's there's a lot that this is, but the proliferation.
This is free IP, is what this is.
True.
Yeah.
But the other thing is like these concepts have proliferated out, but most people don't know their origin, and that's why this isn't shocking to people who read it today. This is stuff that they've seen before. Like 90% of their idea of hell comes from this or fucking Milton. Like they like almost none of it comes from the Bible. Not if you're a believer. No, your understanding of what these places are should come from your holy book, and not works of fiction. Well, I mean, same thing.
Hey,
never mind.
listen.
We're good. Never mind. They're all works of fiction. We're good. I retract.
I was gonna say, yeah, Catholics, we kind of believe in a lot of adding fanfic to our holy books that way.
I know,
and we value that fanfic. Like,
I know. I am well aware. We have went over the first apologist, that is Paul, and the second worst apologist, that is Augustine. We have done this before. I'm aware. Fanfic is
the difference is that Catholic fanfic does not have furries.
I mean, depends on the description of fucking Goliath. That I've heard some weird ones. Just saying.
Yeah, but not wearing a fursuit.
Fair enough, but they did. A couple of them did basically turn them into fucking Bigfoot in their like renditions of like
we're
what
not going
Goliath
to she
looked like.
wolf. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's not a fursona on those islands. And for those of you in the audience, no hate on furries, but I'm sorry, the jokes are there. Deal with it.
There will come a time when we modify our DNA in custom ways that allow us to actually become.
Oh, see, I've actually
like
talked to some furries, and a lot of furries don't want that. They don't believe they are this other thing. It's just a thing they do. It's like cosplay to them. So like there's other ones that are, I think they're called otherkin, that like have that kind of thing. But like I don't know like ratios and percentages of like what's what in that category, but like most of them, they just want to dress like this. Cool, go for it. I don't care. It's like I don't have any hate on them, but the jokes, I'm sorry, they're gonna come. You joke about us too. Have fun. We don't care either.
People definitely joke about Catholic.
And every other group under the sun. It's just as long as it's not malicious, we should take it in good fun. Is kind of my mantra on it. Now that being said, Rich, I was gonna have you read this section because there is a particular point that I think as you read it, you'll get where I'm like, I think your input is going to be needed first, like when we get done reading. And it looks like
is that for with the unmoistened? Is that what it is?
Unmoistened is definitely.
No, I'm not. Jesus Christ, you fucking weirdo. No, I was gonna say it is because we have talked in the past, like as we've gone through this, there's a certain point because I think you're going to be going to 39 from 19 to 39. There's a certain character that's mentioned within that I think that you will have input on first, whereas the rest of us will be able to tack on more than build the scene for. So
yeah, that's fine, but I do want to point out for the thing that's already been read, because you're talking about how twisted their bodies are. One of the ways in which we know that their bodies are that twisted, and Musa makes it more clear, I think, than Longfellow does, is that their tears are trickling down their buttocks, which makes sense.
Yeah,
but I just thought that was.
I mean,
pretty funny.
yeah, like the passage really just like to me, says their heads are just put on backward, which I think.
Well, no, it's not just their head. Well, it's not just their head. Like, hold on, let me go back up.
We're getting to the surreal at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no more subtlety in the things that we're saying.
Well, see, but it's from the chin to the beginning of their chest, so it's everything from here up. That's what I mean. Like, it's like their arms, everything. That's why I said it looks like a mannequin that's been messed up. Like,
okay.
yeah,
Well-
at least that's the way I picture it based on the wording.
Like, yeah, because
Because this is your shoulders, not the beginning of your chest.
well, that entirely depends because there might have been a slightly different understanding of anatomy. He might think the chest is the entire torso, so from the base of the neck might have, in his conception, been the beginning of the chest, like from the collarbone could have been the beginning of the chest from his conception.
Perhaps, but again, like, it seems if that Linda Blair is still crazy, don't get me wrong, that would be still surreal to see. The way it is described, though, like, it seems to me that it would be more than just the neck, because we like, even in the 1300s, we had a really good understanding of anatomy. Not to as well as we do today, but Galen was fucking several hundred years earlier. We're good. Like, this is not
okay. So I'm looking at the Italian here, which is caso, which in both cases are obsolete, but the main meaning is rib cage, but by extension, it can mean the entirety of the thorax, in which case that would begin at the base of the neck.
But however they get there, the human form is so twisted that the tears of their eyes were shedding streamed down to wet their buttocks at the cleft.
yes. The fissure
goes all the
bathed.
way around.
Well, I mean, yeah, that the 180 was pretty obvious. More my point is, it could be either, but at least, like I said, I find it very hard to believe that somebody this educated would use such a ridiculously base understanding of anatomy to use in description. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me with everything else that has been written, especially with Italy being one of the forefront areas of the world in fucking 1300 for generating what at that time was called barbers, what we now call physicians. Like, like, it was here in the Middle East that you got the majority of your physicians from for the entirety of the known world at that point in time. Like, they dissected a lot of fucking people. Just saying.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's below the, in the rib cage as opposed to at the neck, just because, like, we have so many words for neck and spine, and they definitely had all of these words even at that time period. Why would you say something that could mean chest when you mean at the C1? That doesn't make sense to me. So,
are you talking about like Dante saying this or Longfellow saying this? Like,
because
Dante
said the one that starts that could be the beginning of the rib cage.
Let me ask.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you this question then. Okay, you said that this is supposed to be performed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And performed before who? The elites, those that know all these words, or is it supposed to be performed in front of the masses?
At least to my understanding, performances like this would have been fairly, at least for 40, 50 years-ish, would have been aristocracy, because it would have taken that long to proliferate out through the actors and all that into the wider world. But for at least a long time, it would have been Dante's contemporaries.
What I'm just getting at here is that if this was supposed to be so scathing that it was going to piss off everybody, the likelihood that he wanted everybody and their brother to read or hear it would definitely be a thing. And if that's the case, You can't use that level of language if the people you're speaking to don't necessarily know what it is.
You could be right. I would just point to the previous 19 cantos and say, I have a hard time thinking that Dante followed that rule. Other than that, but you could be right. I mean, it could be I am adding way too much modern interpretation to this that has been added from previous scholars. It's possible. But at least the way the previous 19 cantos read, he hasn't like parsed his word to the common man before. He has kept high rhetoric throughout. So I feel this is probably the same. I could be wrong. I do have to admit that because none of us fucking know. Dude's been dead for fucking hundreds of years.
Well,
but
there are some clues, like the fact that he wrote it in Tuscan rather than in Latin, which is the way it would have been read if it was intended for the elites, indicates that he was expecting the audience to, at least at the linguistic level, not have access to higher education.
Okay, why do you say that? Because when I looked into that claim, because I've heard that claim before too, most of the elites, well, they knew Latin, they still spoke traditional Italian in their everyday life, a slightly higher form, what less, slang and guttural usages, but they spoke Italian. They didn't speak Latin, so they communicated primarily in their spoken language, not in Latin. Why would this have been in Latin if it was only for the elites?
I mean, people did speak Latin at that time. That was the language you used at church. And
yeah, but not in your everyday walking around buying groceries.
Not necessarily. It depends. Latin was also used as was an intermediary language if you didn't speak a language someone else did, but they spoke Latin. So you would use that as like a common tongue if you didn't have a language that was.
Yeah, like the combination of Roma people and Nepal people from Naples. The language is so different. Maybe
right.
It just like.
But to use the comment that you just made, like it's not the language you'd use buying groceries. I mean, yeah, I think that's right. I think Dante is specifically using the language of the grocer and not of the highbrow dinner party.
Well, but I don't think the highbrow dinner party, that's what I mean, even they would not be speaking Latin when they're going around just dealing with their day-to-day. I use groceries just because it's a modern, easy one to understand. They would add servants to that. But, you would not have walked up to your buddy, hey, and spoken Latin to go get a drink. It still would have been,
I agree. But if you were going to watch, a high performance of something that was considered, somewhat academic or highbrow, then it would be in Latin.
I guess I should have dug into that if this was considered highbrow when it was performed in time period, because it was performed in king's courts and things like that. So I assume that's who he wrote it for, based on where it was most commonly performed historically. Maybe that's a bad juxtaposition on my part, but perhaps. I mean, it could be, but still, again, even the common man didn't have a ridiculously base understanding of human anatomy that they would call this the top of the torso. That doesn't make sense to me. Why would they have other words for shoulders and chest and abdomen, in the common tongue, not just anatomy words for it? It doesn't make sense that they would make that kind of almost comical, cartoony error. That again seems something more modern. When you talk about the surreal and superstitious, especially of the 12, 13, and 1400s, these are very real attempts to make the anatomy make sense, even though it's horrific. When they start talking into the demonology that we get especially out of northern Italy in the 12 to 1400s. The grimoires that came out of this area, the demons that they described, the tortures that they inflicted on their people. These were common tropes that everybody knew. And these things were meant well, again, like I said, horrific, surreal. They were as close to realistic as possible. They tried to make them make sense. Look at even the way that Dante described Geryon. This is a creature that cannot exist in nature in any way, shape, or form. This is a creature, yet he still tried to make it make sense. He tried to give it an anatomy that would actually allow it to have organs and like function, and like it's not just like some skeletal form moving around, etc. Even when he gets down to Lucifer, like there is specific form. Even though Samael being an angel, his form is so alien to humans that it would have been shocking to see. He would have not looked humanoid like we picture him today. He was a fucking seraphim. He had 6 goddamn wings. He had 4 arms. Like, if we go by the actual descriptions of the fucking angels, like, angels did not look normal. So like, when we're talking about this time period, again, they tried to make it look realistic because I think they realized that the more unrealistic the story, the less people paid attention to it. Just by process of trial and error. You think about it, look at the way that even mythology had transmuted at this point in time. The ancient gods were viewed as so comically fucking like flawed that they could not very well be divine. We have the city of God against the pagans, where these deities of yore basically described like lesser beings than even the lowest choir of angels. Yet they're greater than humans. Even in their the biggest point of apologia towards the other religions from the Catholicism, they still granted them greater power than humans and more realistic attributes like humans. Because they needed to, because if they made it too comical, the other people wouldn't believe their bullshit. Hence why, as the initial surge of Christianity happened in the 1st and 2nd century, they were laughed out of areas, even as their numbers were growing. Because the things that they were claiming about their God being perfect and without flaw did not make sense to any humans that they were talking to, except the most broken and desperate, that were already ostracized by the rest of their population, or already so broken in their own mind, like Paul, after killing and murdering thousands of people. Like, this is something that's going to get to you after a while. Like we understand this as we look at it now with hindsight, how this happened. Why would this be any different here? Why would they then go to comical misunderstanding in the 1400s when they've been pushing away from that for 1,000 years? Is my point. Even for the common man. Because the common man isn't stupid. He's just not educated. There's a difference. Like, the average person wasn't a moron. They just weren't educated. They didn't know how to read. They still understood, like, mechanical aspects. They understood how to make crops grow, how to raise livestock, so on and so forth. Like, they weren't idiots. That's a modern misunderstanding of the common people back then. No?
Who is this directed towards? Me
Everyone.
or Rich?
Everyone, because you guys are all kind of pushing back on me.
But I was just talking about the kind of language that was being used. But that's a fundamentally different argument than the subject matter that's being.
Well, no, because, like, this is the way language would have evolved around the common people at this time period. They would have not had this woefully ignorant understanding of the world. Why would somebody as educated as Dante make the mistake of trying to speak to them as if they were? That's why that doesn't make sense to me to have it, that word mean the top of the neck.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say top of the neck. I was saying base of the neck.
Even base of the neck, that doesn't make sense to me because of the fact that...
Like just above the shoulders.
Even there, that doesn't make sense to me because of the fact that it uses the word that describes the chest and rib cage, not the neck. Like, the ribs don't connect, there's other bones in the way before you get there. That's my point. Like, and we know this. They would have known this.
I mean, okay. Ultimately, how much does this really matter? Because, like, front to back, the shoulders aren't all that,
More just because you trip my autism. It just is what it is.
fair enough. Like, I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, just looking at it in my mind's eye, which makes more sense? That everything from the base of the neck up is turned 180, or everything from the shoulders up? The shoulders don't really make sense to change. The idea, it seems to me, is that the head is turned around 180, so that as the body moves forward, the head must look back. Like, that seemed to be the point that he was making. Getting into the, specific anatomical shit, I don't know that it's that important. I think we get the basic idea.
I think it's important because this is what these people would have been picturing at the time, and therefore how, at least in my understanding, how Dante would have therefore been trying to make it be interpreted. Because of the fact that what he is saying, again, this could be the modern misunderstanding of too many scholars talking about him and adding more to it than there was. He never seems to do anything on accident. And he's always trying to appeal in a way that allows for the reader to understand multiple meanings at once. So, like, to do something so jarring as to make something comical, it would be like in the middle of a Shakespeare play, one of the characters suddenly pulling off his leg and beating himself in the head like it's a fucking vaudeville. Like, it would be very out of place. You know what I mean? Like, and if that is what he did, then there would have to be a reason for it, in which case I would want to know that reason.
Well, we are in like the 9th circle of hell. So, I mean, we're designed to be in a place that's surreal.
Well, that's kind of why I pointed out, even in grimoires, they tried to keep things realistic. But fair enough. I will move on from it, because in the grand scheme of things, no professor is going to be fucking this finite about it.
And if they are, you should probably find a different class.
If they're, it's already too late if you're this deep in. Just plan on taking the class again next semester. But Rich, if you'd like to pick up at 19 and go to 39, the tangent aside, even though it's going to stick in my brain all day.
Rich? Are you muted?
He is muted.
Coffee?
Yeah, it's fine. Now that being said, I get what you're saying, but to like put the cap on it, the reason it matters to me is because we have a huge misunderstanding of history, of how ignorant the common man was throughout history, because of the lack of what we understand as education today. These people were still very intelligent. They just weren't educated at a school. They were educated by doing the jobs that they were essentially going to do the rest of their lives anyways. Like, this is a very different thing than what people are taught in certain places. And it is something that I try to combat at every turn. Because, like, for example, I was taught this dumb shit that, the common man wouldn't have been able to add 2 plus 2. On paper, you're right. They would have been able to add 2 plus 2 at the fucking grocery store, asshole. They weren't that stupid. Like, these are not the same thing. Like, there's a drastic difference between these.
Yeah.
And that's why I got so fixated on it, is because I push back on this every place I find it, and I don't think that Dante would have fallen to that trap. Especially considering most writers that survived from the 11th to 1500s didn't fall to this trap. Like, it just wouldn't make sense to me. Yeah.
This wasn't a situation where I'm saying he's dumb.
I know.
I'm saying his conception of what comprises the chest might have been slightly different than what we're envisioning, right? Like,
it may have, and I'll give you that.
Like,
that's why I said I'll give it.
Yeah. Like, we'll separate the chest from the shoulders, but it's all part of the torso. And if I think about it, from that perspective, like, he's saying that it's so the best translation I can find for the word travolto is overwhelmed. It seems to be translated distorted or wide by our three translators here. But basically, it's saying from the top of the chest or the top of the the rib cage, whatever, to the chin. So basically, just the entirety of the neck is so distorted that their heads or that their faces are backwards, right? So in more common parlance, to me, it's just saying their necks are twisted around.
Yeah, and like I said, I could be wrong. It's just this could be my nerd thing, and since Rich is still muted, I'll just finish this. When we factor in Florentine doctors were literally fucking basically sought after by people in the courts of Russia and Norway and Scandinavia and pretty much everywhere in the known world that had kings. I have a hard time believing that even the common man would make such a weird distortion within the thought process. It doesn't make sense to me. Because you're talking about barbers. Barbers are, by the way, for those of you in the audience who don't know the history of medicine, the original term for physician is barbers. And they were physicians, they were surgeons, they were essentially itinerant medics, if you want to, like they were trauma medics. They would do amputations. And they could give you
a nice shave.
Also true.
Yeah, the same. In this period of time, the same person would trim your beard, pull your tooth, and bandage your scrapes and cuts.
And the way he would give you an anesthetic for pulling that tooth is he would crush up the barb of a stingray, and that powder would then be put where the tooth is about to be extracted, and then he would go in with a pair of pliers and pull your tooth while you're awake.
Early form of lidocaine,
Yeah. And if they had done the wrong stingray, a very good way to die because of the fucking tissue destroying. Welcome back, Rich.
So simply put, the neck was twisted. Their faces looked down on their backs.
Yeah,
which is why I envisioned
That's why I think neck.
And you guys may be right. It just doesn't make sense with the word usage for me, and it could just be my own thought process getting it. But back to the reading now that Rich is back. 1939.
Okay, hold on.
Because really, we just went back into that to Phil because you were muted.
Yeah. Well, to me, the wording there is pretty clear. All right. As God may let thee, reader, gather fruit from this thy reading, think now for thyself how I could ever keep my face unmoistened, when our own image near me I beheld, distorted so the weeping of the eyes along the fissure bathed the hinder parts. Truly I wept, leaning upon a peak of a hard crag, so that my escort said to me, Art thou too of the other fools? Here pity lives when it is wholly dead. Who is greater reprobate than he who feels compassion at the doom divine? Lift up thy head, and see for whom opened the earth before the Thebans' eyes. Wherefore they all cried, Whither rushest thou, Amphiaraus? Why dost thou leave the war? And downward ceased he not to fall amain, as far as Minos, who lay hold on all. See, he has made a bosom of his shoulders, because he wished to see too far before him. Behind the looks and backward goes his way. I just want to say, we've talked about this before, about how Dante keeps wanting to feel compassion for the damned, and he keeps getting chided for it by, and here it is happening again.
It
Virgil
happens.
is
It
saying,
happens
"Do not
all the
feel
way.
compassion."
Happens all the way through Purgatorio too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, feeling compassion for those in purgatorio is different than feeling compassion for people
Yeah.
in hell.
that's right. Yeah,
But it is. No, it is. You should not feel
There's profit
compassion
to be
for
had.
those that are divinely punished, is Virgil's point. Regardless
Yeah,
of
but
the
they're not
level
being-
of that punishment.
They're being
Well, no.
corrected in-
Well, but
in
Purgatorio is a punishment in and of itself, even though it is corrective in nature. Like like it is even described as such by the Catholic Church as a form of punishment.
But the denizens of purgatory are like happy to receive it because it means it's making them better. It's sort of like when you go to the gym, right? You want to feel the
Yeah,
pain.
they're the ones that accepted the
That soreness that
contrapasso.
you get the next day from going to the gym. You kind of like it. You're like, oh yeah, that's great.
Now it's like lancing a boil. You actually have to do some damage to the skin in order to cure the wound.
Well, there's that. It was also like,
But you're literally doing damage to your muscle fibers when you work out, right?
Yeah.
to a point, yeah. But what I was getting at is, this is the difference between Purgatorio and Hell, as we, at least in Dante's eyes, as we have pointed out in Canto 3, Canto 12, and Canto 18 before this, is Hell is escapable by every single denizen of Hell that was once mortal, as long as they accept their contrapasso. That is the dividing line between Purgatory and Hell. Do you accept your contrapasso and move on, or do you not accept your contrapasso and fester?
Yeah, everyone is their own jailer.
Yeah. That is the whole point to Dante's expression.
Here's your
of
key.
Hell.
Now get in your cell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And for those of you who have read the graphic novel or watched the TV show based on it, Lucifer, this is the same way they depict hell. Every person in hell is trapped by their own their own guilt about what it is that they've done, and every person can potentially release themselves from that hell, but I think in the in the show only one person ever manages it.
Right.
More than one, but not many. Yeah, it's very, very few that ever make it out in the show. There's a few more in the comic.
Okay, I only remembered one person, and that was the detective that they had for most of the show. He was
And
kind of
his
a side
mother.
character-ish.
And his mother.
Oh, okay.
There's a couple others that happened in the comics, but yeah, those two happened in the show. The show is. Let me rephrase that. If there's another one in the final season, I don't know. I never bothered watching the final season because I tried watching the first two episodes and it felt like a totally different
The
show.
finale is really good.
I may go back and rewatch it again later, but like when I tried because we had that long break between the last two seasons, because we weren't even going to get the last season originally. When they brought it back, it did not feel like the same show. And how could it? Half the production crew was different, directors different, writers different. Of course, even if the actors are the same, it's going to feel different. And it just didn't sit right with me, so I just didn't bother finishing it. Because I'm like, in case they fuck this up, I still like this show. I'm gonna leave off here. It was one of those things. I didn't want them to Game of Thrones. So if they do it another time in the show, I don't know, but they do it those 2 times. And in the comics, there's also one of the angels that is cast into hell after the fall escapes hell, and there is, God, I want to say there's another one, but I can't remember it right now. That being said, the reason I wanted you to read this part here is it talks of Amphiaraus. This is a character within the Minotian Wars that, honestly, being the only one here who's even close to a Homeric scholar, you're going to know the most about.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't call myself that, but yeah.
But you're the closest out of us.
But you'll find a lot just in the notes, like in the Musa and Sayer's notes. They both spend a lot of time explaining Amphiaraus. But he's one of the 7 kings who went up against Thebes. And the thing is, with all these characters, these are people who could see the future clearly, which is why it's ironic that they cannot see what's in front of them in hell.
Agreed.
So the gift that they had in life is one that is denied to them in hell.
I mean, I would say pretty common juxtaposition in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not, but it's also like the reason I wanted you to bring it up is because I know you have all the notes, but it's also Amphiaraus is not just one of the 7 kings. He was the deciding vote of the 7 kings, which is one of those things that matters in the story. And like the reason I call it the Motion War rather than the Theban War, like most people do, is because if it had not been for Amphiaraus and Minos, it would not have happened at all. It was not them. It was not the actions of the Thebans that actually prompted it. It was the machinations of those 2 men. And I figured you'd remember that better than I did, but
I vaguely remember it. No problem. I just know how to read the notes.
I mean, fair enough, but you were the one who actually did like Homeric Greek, so I figured you would. Yeah, so one of those things. Okay, fair enough. My mistake. But either way, it is one of these things that you're right. Virgil does chastise him again. But here's the part that I
don't think this is in the Iliad. I don't think this is Homer. I think this is in like one of the plays. 7 against Thebes.
Oh, I thought it was in Homer. Okay.
Well, given Iliad, the Iliad's against Troy, not Thebes.
No, but there's mentions of other stuff within both the Odyssey and the Iliad, other than the actual like events therein. Like characters talk about stuff, etc.
7 against Thebes is Aeschylus, which I did not translate in college.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I could have swore that the characters. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's been years. That being said, if I am mistaken on that, it wasn't Homeric. Either way, that won't be in this class that you're dealing with. The reason I find that important is because while they were able to see the future, it is their before I have to finish before I go up back to the previous. It was also their manipulation of the others, why the other 5 aren't here. Remember, one of the other 5 was in the circle on rage. One of the previous 7 kings was in the circle on rage. So it's one of those things. Not all of the 7 kings ended up in the same circle of hell. The 2 worst offenders are here.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted you to read that section. But now, going back to what you said about Virgil, it is also, he calls this a greater reprobate. And I think this is at least in my opinion, I could be wrong, Dante's condemnation of the church's teaching at this time. Dante, the author, condemnation thereof. Because for Virgil to call anybody who feels compassion for the damned the greater reprobate in this time period is to mean that they're the greater sinner for even having compassion, which means they are worthy of a greater punishment. And this is something that was taught by the church, by the way, and was taught until I think it was like the mid 1600s. I think it was like 1660.
Oh, I thought you meant the 1960s. My bad.
Okay, that was on a congregational level, but you're right. At least according to the Vatican, it changed. I think it was in the mid 1600s.
Yeah.
But I do find myself wondering whenever I read these passages, like it's always Dante that's saying this, right? It's never one of the closer to an angelic personality that's saying this, which makes me think that this is the way a denizen of hell would think, right? He understands justice. He understands perfect justice, but he doesn't understand perfect compassion.
Well, yeah. See, I disagree. I think this is him saying that the concept of perfect compassion is that compassion must be felt for all of the church is wrong. Hence his humanistic take within character. And it is Virgil, his guide sent from the divine, that is telling him to be heartless.
Yeah, right. But there's a reason why it's not all of those other guides telling him to be heartless. That it's specifically Virgil, or other maybe
Virgil
other
lacks prudence.
Well, there's that, but it's also, but like the other guy,
he has prudence. He has prudence. He lacks the holy virtues, though.
I know.
I'm trying to pull from a joke from
week 2. Yeah, week. Oh, more than that. That was Canto 2 or 3. It was it was a long time ago.
Yeah. Although he does like Virgil he has all the cardinal virtues, which means he has prudence.
Well, yeah, but one of the things is the other guides don't show compassion or the same level of vehemence that Virgil do. They don't show either. So it is always Dante that is showing the compassion, showing the humanism, and that is why I point out so often throughout all these episodes, Dante, in my opinion, is one of the first primary theistic humanists within the Catholic world. Because before this point, they were pretty much talked down. They weren't considered great thinkers that moved societies. They were footnotes that maybe a cardinal or a college, Vatican college lawyer might read. Most other people will never fucking have heard their names. Because he brings this forefront that even in hell, compassion should be your first instinct.
I mean, after all, he is a human, right?
Mm-hmm.
He comes from a realm in which compassion is more appropriate than in hell. And Virgil is a denizen of hell, so I can see how he's missing things. I mean, you could make the argument that even though he is the instructor, there are some things that his pupil understands better than he does, and he's
he is not a denizen of hell in the traditional sense. He is also once living. Therefore, he understands compassion, and I think
everyone.
But what I think is what Dante is pointing to here is this is Virgil's attempt to live to that greater ideal that he thinks that is there, and his misunderstanding thereof, and by juxtaposition, the church's misunderstanding, since Virgil holds the same position of the church at that time, that this utter condemnation, this utter vitriol, this joy in the punishment of others is the wrong methodology to think within, because it creates a worse outcome for everyone involved, including the one thinking it.
Right. And so the question is that Dante the author's point of view, or is Dante the author saying that Virgil knows better
I don't
than
know, but
Dante the character in this
yeah,
instance.
yeah, that's why I say Dante in character. I don't know if Dante the author is saying this specifically, but he's saying it specifically because he wrote it. But I don't know if this is his
Now,
overall
Dante the
intent.
character at least intellectually apprehends that Virgil's right on this and that he shouldn't have compassion. But I'm not sure that that's the point of the poem.
But
I'm just not sure.
intellectually, you're, and I think you just pointed out something I should have realized before now. It is that separation between the realistic feeling and the abstract theory that's there. Intellectually, he can understand it. Emotionally, he cannot because it's inhuman. And that makes sense, like until you had actually worded it that way, and actually draw that juxtaposition. But yeah, that would make sense why the character would view this. It's inhuman. Let's be honest. To view a lack of compassion for people that you knew, some of which you may have even liked, that they are in hell, is ridiculous. Especially considering at this time period, case in point, why Virgil's leading Dante at all. They believe in intercessory prayer, meaning that technically, with the right prayers, even a denizen of hell can be gotten out of. This is something that was believed in this time period. So why would you have to hate the person so much and then feel compassion to wish for them to get out? Like, how would
Jesus himself breaks the gates, right, and gets people out of hell. So that means it must be possible.
Yes. Well, it was also my point of that this is where I think Dante, the character, maybe Dante the author, is pointing out that the church is wrong. It is not a greater sin to feel compassion. It is natural to feel compassion. It may not be right. I don't know if Dante thought it was right, but he's trying to point out that it is not a sin to feel compassion. Because otherwise, how would Virgil be there in the first place?
So in my head canon, I have no idea if this is right or not, but in my head canon, Dante, the character, feels compassion, but believes that he ought not, which is why Virgil is banned. He trusts Virgil that he shouldn't be feeling these things.
Yet he can never do it.
The character,
all of it. No, agree.
But I think that makes me suspect that Dante, the poet, is thinks that we should have compassion. That's one of the things that makes humans better than the damned.
Our headcanon is
Virgil is no
matching up
longer
on
human.
this. Yeah.
Huh?
Our headcanon is matching up on this.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's what I think too. If it's not Dante the character that's saying it, it's Dante the author or narrator who's saying it. One of the three is ending up saying, the church is wrong, compassion is natural, it is not a sin. You may not be right for feeling this compassion as far as like they really do deserve to be there type shit, but it is natural. It is not wrong to feel it. You should not feel like you are going to be damned to hell in a worse circle because you felt compassion for someone.
But if perfect justice was all that was required, then there would never be Purgatorio and Paradiso, right? Like we would just
if there was perfect justice,
you could just end with the final circle of hell, and that would be it. That would be all there is.
Now I see how you can still be a Catholic if that's your logical fucking endpoint. The logical endpoint is don't create a fucking hell and purgatory in the first place.
Well, no, but hell is the absence of God, right? So, like, if you believe in the concept of free will, I mean, this is just the Catholic way of explaining it. If you believe if you believe in free will, then you believe in the ability to choose not to repent, right? And to that extent, it's not God punishing you, even though it is, like the language of it does continually say.
Technically, Jesus ends up being your jailer in the end, but yes.
Yeah, you are your own jailer, and you can at any point, leave. Then it's not God punishing you. It's God, handing you the key, and you either choose to accept it or not.
It's God telling you to go to your room and you deciding when you want to get out of it.
I know,
Yeah.
but here is my point.
And sometimes that's never.
But we understand that today based on
Yeah.
the way that we are taught about Catholic teachings and Catholic
Right.
mythology today, which is based on this more
Yes.
than the Bible.
Right. Yes.
So,
No, I
where did
agree.
he get it from? Is my point. That's where I how to put
Well, I
this.
think you've said this many times before. He gets it from his own humanism. Like he's taking his perspective on this, and he's applying it to the church. He's not necessarily getting it all from Scripture, right? Because we
No.
all know that Dante is pulling a lot of shit out of his ass as he writes this.
Well, I mean, I'd say he's closer to Scripture than the church is at this point. But yes, I agree with the rest of your
Sure,
statement.
yeah, right. But it is like many biblical scholars will say that these newer concepts of that sort of clarify the role of compassion and faith
Yeah.
that are in the New Testament come from the Greek influence. It comes from Alexander having conquered the region and bringing those Greek ideas in, right? Certainly the idea of an afterlife is Greek.
At least our current
That's not
understanding,
Jewish.
yes. I
Yeah.
think there's been some like archaeological discoveries recently that may have
This is why
pointed to some other
Catholics are
stuff. But
kind
yeah.
of obsessed with the Greeks.
As they should be, as we all should be,
Yeah.
because there's a certain level of historical knowledge, especially of the ancient world, that is eminently valuable because our
Yeah.
modern world is very, very closely based on it, with minor tweaks that make many people believe it is a new concept when a lot of it is very old concepts that we're getting
Borrowed.
back to. Yeah.
And I just want to add, because I have this small obsession with this fellow, this is also why Thomas Merton is obsessed with Buddhism,
Yes.
for the same reason. Because you'll find that those same notions of compassion in Buddhist texts, and also in the way that Buddhist monks lived. And he was himself a Catholic monk, and he was like, "Wow, we have monks here, and we have monks all the way over there, and we frickin' do the same things."
The only thing is we don't pray the same. That's the only difference. And yeah, Merton points that out several times. And that's I'm not as obsessed with him as you are, but definitely fucking love his works
Yeah.
because of that. Because, at least in my eyes, most Christians, if not all Christians, would benefit from that level of understanding. That 90% of the differences they have with these other faiths that they end up hating for one reason or another is
Right.
all bullshit, because they end up having a lot more fucking in common with them. The only difference is who they pray to.
And that religious book is the Tripitaka.
There you go.
And this is why we have Despy, our Eastern religion and history guy. I'm good at some of it, but man, you fucking actually went to school for it, so it's much better.
Listen, I would love to see an update to Dante that includes Merton. I think you would see. I think it would be worth doing.
You know, I would really think it would be really interesting to do a version of Dante, but instead of going through a Greek hell, he goes through Chinese hell.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I mean, the thing is, I would love to do something like that, but the thing is if you're going to do it, if you're going to do it right, you have to do it like this. You have to do it in verse. And honestly, there's very few writers on the planet who are capable of writing poems like this in the first fucking place.
Well, my boss has told me that I don't understand Japanese hell, so or ghost.
I mean,
I'm sure we could do a whole 6 months of just Despy explaining to us why ghosts aren't ghosts and hell isn't hell.
well, it'd probably be, it wouldn't take that long. It'd be, forget everything you were taught in Western media, because that's the shit they gave white people. There's the quickest explanation. That's what I found out as I started looking into certain mythologies in the East and stuff. What? What? This is what? And then I talked to people like Despy. I've talked to people in the Middle East. I've talked to people in North Africa, and yeah, they're like, "That's just the shit we sell to tourists."
Yeah, pretty much.
But also, like, the way it was explained to me, because I had, like, one day I was teaching, like, I started showing videos of, the Hungry Ghost Festival.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to explain to my boss, like, what that had to do with the subject that we were doing that way or whatever. So I was like, Hungry Ghost Festival, and she had no idea what I was talking about. She's like, what do you mean? And then I finally, like, explained to her what they were doing. When you burn your iPhone so that your ancestor can have it or whatever. And she's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, okay, those are not ghosts.
No.
She's like, I don't
No,
know what
those-
word in English describes what they are, but they're not ghosts. They
Well-
are hungry, she says. They are hungry.
Yeah.
Well, they are ghosts in the colloquial sense. They are not ghosts in the comical sense that a lot of people think of as like Casper with the
Well, she mentioned
incorporealness.
they're not. Yeah, they're not immaterial.
Yeah.
Right. They're
Well, this comes from a misunderstanding in a lot of Western culture because a lot of our modern understanding of ghosts comes from pop culture as opposed to any kind of like religious
Well, it comes from the
like
Greeks.
inclination.
You can see these descriptions of ghosts in the Odyssey, for instance.
Yes,
like
but even in
when they go
the
to
Greeks,
underworld
they have.
and
But even
they're
in
trying
the
to explain what a ghost is, and they're like, okay, well, Achilles is dead. He's basically made out of smoke, and what he wants more than anything else in the world, what all of the spirits down there want, is human blood, because that gets them a slight taste of what it's like to be material
within
again.
that particular portion of the underworld, yes. But even in the Greek understanding of the underworld, there is incorporeal and corporeal ghosts. They just don't use the word ghost. Ghost is just a catch-all term we use in the West. It is literally a catch-all term that was made up for like goblins and ghouls. Like it's a nothing word in the tradition.
I think it's like guaijin, I think is what it's called in Chinese. And that's just a catch-all.
Kueijin, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, something along those lines, but basically it's a catch-all for anything that's supernatural.
Mhm.
The same thing exists in Japan. If you hear anybody say bakemono in Japanese, that's just literally a catch-all for anything that's supernatural that has like an inclination to do evil.
Hey, I'm trying to learn from Dan to Dan. Okay.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I mean this is
And
the.
I wouldn't learn
Yeah,
from Dan to
this is
at all.
Well, but more my point is it's also like we do this in Western culture pretty heavily due to the fact that Western culture borrows more than Eastern cultures do. Now, Eastern cultures still borrow, but it ends up taking longer transition times for that borrowing to happen. In Western cultures, we grab that shit and run with it. And therefore we end up creating a lot of catch-all terms. Ghost means a whole lot of things. Casper was a ghost. The ghosts of fucking Marlowe in the Christmas Carol was a ghost, but that had physicality. His chains knocked over lamps.
So
for example,
to put things into perspective, when you hear the term ghost, like if I were to actually like utilize that word the same way that they mean it inside like the United States, this would include Bigfoot. This would include the Florida swamp ape. This would include what is it? The chupacabra.
The Jersey
this would
Devil.
Include the Jersey Devil. Yes, the Mothman. Right. This would include the Blair Witch.
Everything besides aliens, pretty much, because aliens would not be.
No. Aliens too. Trust me, aliens
really?
too.
Oh, I thought aliens would be. No, fair enough. I thought aliens would be different because they're natural but not earthly.
No. Like even aliens will be considered Bakemono.
From another realm.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That was my misunderstanding because
So
of watching Japanese movies. So that's
The way my
I felt my own thing.
The way my boss gently corrected me on this was to say that it's like a door opened up, and like hell is like just another world like ours. But it's a world that doesn't have the resources that our world has, which is why they
Right.
emerge hungry.
It's a desolate wasteland that's made mostly of rock, and it's mostly like jagged rock. It looks like it's been scorched, and it's extremely low light.
and depending on how far into certain like portions of Mongolia or Cambodia you get with this portion of Buddhism, the hell becomes basically the same thing, but then they add kind of a flair of your nails and hair make up the ground as well, because they realize that nails and hair, quote unquote, keep growing after death and blah blah blah.
Right. The other thing to keep in mind is that when we talk about quote unquote Buddhist hell, if we're talking about traditional Buddhism directly from India, there is no hell. It's only when you get to further East Asia where they actually develop hells to go along with Buddhism. The hell is woven into the Buddhism that was brought there.
Which makes sense because you have levels of enlightenment, right? So the world around you is going to reflect how enlightened you are or whatever, right?
Well, but the concept of hell wasn't there because of the concept of the way that you went up or down in dharmic cycles and things like this within the reincarnation. Your hell was not hell. Your hell was being a snail for whatever fucking amount of years.
Right.
Your hell was being a mayfly for 24 hours.
It wasn't so like their concept of hell wasn't the same because to them that was just another experience. Like Despy, you may remember the guy's name. He wrote about being a rock for 80 years. I forget his name now, but he was Chinese. Wrote about having a memory of being a rock in a river for 80 years. But yeah, this is like these people. They believed you could even become inanimate objects through reincarnation.
I like that shit.
Oh, I do too, but I'm just saying it was one of those things where their concept of hell wasn't the way we view it, because we have had a plethora of about 1740 years of this you are going to die in hellfire and burn for all eternity, pushing out into many other cultures to the point where the advent of hell we can directly correlate, like to other cultures. Like the underworld, the afterlives were dramatically different before interactions with this hell concept after 340, 350 AD. It is one of these things where we have a lot of evidence now that we were taught, oh, this is natural. This they just had the concept of God put into them. They just didn't know about Jesus. Blah blah blah. We have had that bullshit put into our head for over 1,000 years, to the point where it has infected other religions to where they now believe in hells that their original religion did not.
Yeah, of course.
Because it is, as I pointed out, the concept of our heaven in Christianity was too ridiculously perfect, and it therefore created a very reticence to conversion, and therefore they had to create a worse punishment. These other cultures didn't have that, because their punishment wasn't a punishment, it was a new learning experience, because they knew if they did a good enough job as the rock or the snail or the mayfly, they got to move up a rung and try again.
Yeah. To be clear, when Plato says he wants like the perfection, he just wants that for the divinities. He doesn't want that for the afterlife.
And in fact, platonic solids and a few other things.
He creates an afterlife that is very flawed, where when you take the stairs down to hell, you end up being wiser as a result of having gone there. And when you take the stairs up to heaven, for lack of a better word, when your cycle there is done and you come back to the world, you make poorer decisions. So heaven makes you less wise, and hell makes you wiser. That's because the human experience of the afterlife is imperfect for Plato. It's just the divinities that are perfect.
Amongst a few other things. But yes, this is why, as I pointed out earlier, I definitely fall between Platonic and Aristotelian. I'm more Al-Ghazalian, because he actually had a fucking brain in his head and could use both abstract and pragmatism.
Oh. Instead of calling it the Hungry Ghost Festival, you should call it the Hungry Supernatural Entities Festival.
No. I mean, really, yeah. Or
that's that would be literally the best translation you could get for it.
I mean, yeah, because it is a catch-all term. Because if I remember correctly, it's not just your dead relatives; it's also certain demons come out during those days and blah
Hungry
blah blah.
yokai.
No, well, yokai is a very specific form of bakemono. It's not. Yeah, you're opening up a can of worms here.
Oh,
I
I just
love
wanted
you,
to throw
kitty.
some
Get down.
Dan.
Yeah, I know. Dan to Dan has yokai in it, and people always
Yeah.
fuck them up anyway. So
Yeah, it's
And it includes a lot of American yokai, what they call American yokai, which is
Barbie.
pretty
yuck. I already hate it.
yeah. Like they're aliens too. Like are you familiar with the what is it? You've seen Dan to Dan. One of the I think one of the first aliens that you see, or is it alien or is it yokai? There's one of the first yokai you see is from like New Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah, so they like to they're reinterpreting like mess from all over the world for their new creations. But of course they're making something somewhat new. Like they're not obviously not going to be true to any one tradition.
Yep.
This is what happens when we get on too many tangents. Like the animals start gathering. They hear me laughing.
But they're myth making in the same way that Dante is myth making. So and they're inauthentic in the same way that Dante is inauthentic.
Yeah,
in terms of what he's.
It's not like Dante's saying that he's created a Greek hell and then decides that he's going to add what is it, like a Viking hell.
Yeah.
And then everybody then turns around and says, well, Dante had a Viking hell. That must mean the Greek hell and the Viking hell are exactly the same.
Right, yes, exactly.
Oh, yes, I could just see Naglfar going up the river Styx and fucking Loki at the helm and the river. But there's another one for, since you brought up Norse mythology, another fucking afterlife that includes goddamn toenails. Naglfar, the Ship of Nails, is a ship, a giant fucking Viking longship, battleship, that's the size of a fucking aircraft carrier made out of toe and fingernail clippings. Like, yeah. Fucking after. I know, but afterlives were fucking weird, man. Yep. But, okay, so, Despy, if you would like to read the next section, let's see, where does this one go?
Where does it? I can't see the numbers very well.
I know, I already have you up at the top with Behold Teresia. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where you're going to, though. It looks like you're going to, 57.
Okay, that's the whereof?
Yeah, whereof I would thou.
Okay. Yeah. Is this Tiresias or Tiresias?
I've been saying Tiresias as well.
All right. Behold Tiresias, who his semblance changed, when from male a female he became, his members being all of them transformed. And afterwards was forced to strike once more to the two entangled serpents with his rod, ere he could have again his manly plumes. That Aruns is who backs the other's belly, who in the hills of Luni, there where grubs the Carices? Correct.
Carice.
Carice?
God damn it. I didn't try to pronounce the word. Just go on it, because I'm going to screw it up too. I just tried to pronounce it.
Carices, whose houses underneath, among the marbles, white a cavern, and for his abode, whence to behold the stars and see, the view was not cut off to him. And she there, who is covering up her breast, which thou beholdest not, with loosened tresses, and on that side has all the hairy skin, whose manto, who made quest through many lands, afterwards tarried there where I was born, whereof I would thou list to me a little.
Okay, so
just so
Carice. Yeah, I was about to say. Oh, it is an A. Say at the end. Okay.
Yeah, Well,
but both
because
Despy and I
it's-
did change the third R to an S when we tried to pronounce it the first 3 times.
Yeah, so
Looks
so
like
it is-
terrorists to me.
Yeah, so it's based on the town of Carrara, Tuscany. So it would be, this is the adjectival version. So Carrarese would be people from Carrara.
Yeah, I when I corrected it, I did KRS, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I screwed it up the first time, Despy screwed it up the first and second time, we'll just move on. We don't need to quibble until after.
Can we talk about what I think is probably a totally incorrect interpretation of this?
Elaborate.
But I'm just going to mention it anyway because I think everyone else will see how obvious this is too. But like Tiresias, from a man, he turned himself into a woman. But then later on in 43, it says, then later on he had to take the wand. So is that detransitioning? Is that going back to being a man? Like he's taking the wand?
Well,
Or is that just a coincidence?
I mean,
Well,
at least in the way
here's
this
the
is being
question.
described.
Is it attached or not?
Well, okay, but no, but here's the thing that people need to think about. His members, how many does he have?
Tiresias?
Look at the wording. His members being all them transformed. In modern times, member has a rather general connotation as to what it insinuates. Unless this motherfucker's a Klingon, we're only supposed to have one. Why is it plural?
Okay. So then we need to know, because the word is membra in Italian. Does it have that connotation in Italian? This is obviously an ANCOM question.
Oh, sorry.
Ancom's like,
I
I don't
was
want to
not
answer.
paying attention.
I don't want to answer.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Okay,
Where are we?
so when he says Tiresias, from a man he turned himself into a woman, transforming all of his body part for part, and the word in Longfellow is his members, so which implies there's more than one.
Yeah, and I joke, unless he's a Klingon, we're only supposed to have one.
Yeah, but we don't know
No.
whether the word, the Italian word
okay.
member.
Remember. Yeah. Hold on. Remember. The word member to refer to the phallus is
Modern.
much more
I know.
recent.
That's why I joked about it. It was
It refers to limbs. It refers to limbs. So 4 limbs.
That makes sense. Yeah. Right.
So
member
Not 5,
means
right? Only 4, not 5.
I mean,
it does say he turns himself into a woman, so that implies. And I don't even know if "take the wand" is a mention of that 5th member, or not. But it is.
I don't know. That wand's got 2 entangled serpents.
Well,
So,
okay. Yeah,
Here's a total
there's-
coincidence that I also think about when I think of Tiresias, because Tiresias has pretty much the same story as who the fuck is it? The Cassandra. Tiresias and Cassandra both have the curse of knowing the future and not being believed. So when it says,
and also knowing the time of their own death, which is also kind of fucking horrifying.
So when it says Tiresias changes from a man to a woman, I wonder if this is just a reference to the fact that there is a man with the same story as Cassandra.
I mean,
and maybe he's just positing that Tiresias and Cassandra are the same person.
Well, it could be, but and while I will point out, yes, you are technically
out of my ass.
No, you have a point there, because they do have the same curse. They can see the future. They're not believed in. Both had the curse of knowing the time of their own death. So there's very heavy parallels. That being said, though, going back to the original joking part of this, well, I will say member does have that modern connotation to it. There are similar connotations used for a limb of that variety, even going back to ancient Rome. So it would not surprise me if Dante intentionally put this in there to get a giggle, just the same. Because
just something to point out here, that Italian is a very gendered language, And so the last line of Cangiandose la membra tutte quante, that last word quante is the feminine version.
And then it goes back to the masculine when it goes to manly plumes, right? If I remember reading the Italian right.
Wait, sorry.
In the next verse.
Oh, okay. Well, that's le maschile pene, so yeah. The masculine pene. I know that word is a pasta, so I gotta look that one up.
But it's still it's the masculine form, and very much it gives the adjective of masculine before it. That's kind of my point. Is like it switches back and forth. So I think you're kind of right in a certain way. I don't necessarily think it means what we will modernly interpret with transition and detransition, but I do believe that this is one of those things that could be viewed as a kind of torture of having to go back and forth for like all eternity, regardless of whether or not you are trans, cis, have dysphoria, whatever. Like that would be fucking distressing, man.
I just want to point out too that line 45, which is about him getting his virile parts back. That definitely reminds me of Dan to Dan.
God damn it. Introducing Rich to anime was a bad idea. You fucking degenerates.
I blame Lethe.
I do too.
I blame Lethe.
Yeah, that's true. But the whole story is about him getting his balls back, right? Like, which appears to be what Tiresias is trying to do. By the way, I'm not aware of any of this in Tiresias's like mythology.
I didn't know any of this outside of Dante either.
Sex and has to get his manhood back and all that. I haven't heard of any of that.
Outside of Dante, I have not either. But you did remind me of the connection to Cassandra, which was useful.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So
I can think.
Where it says ere he could have again his manly plumes, che riavassi le maschile penne means to regain his manly feathers. So put it in more modern parlance,
which I think is hilarious.
Yeah, he got his mojo back, to put in modern parlance,
or at least his pubic hair, whatever came through.
Yeah. Now the reason that I think this is important to I mean, we're joking about it because it's funny, but the reason this is important is because I think Dante intended it to be funny as well, but it's also, I think he's trying to point out that hell is very much kind of like how you view it. Like, to us, we laugh about this, right? Until we think for a second and be like, what would it be like to go through that for real? Right. And
what Dante is trying to tell us in this is that even in hell, they're making dick jokes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, he made a fart joke earlier.
Okay.
He made a fart joke earlier in what was it, Canto 5 or 6? I forget.
You know who loved fart jokes? Aquinas. Made them all the time. This is hilarious.
I mean, Augustine does fucking dick jokes, so yeah, I'm with you.
You should look at the Edo period fart wars on the woodblock prints, the ukiyo-e and stuff.
And because we laughed about it so much, I almost forgot to fucking point out. Manto, the woman that is being described, is from the same town as Virgil, which is why the significance of her being here is there. It's a character that by the way, I know nothing about Manto before looking her up. The fact that she comes from Virgil's time and Virgil's place, like, that's wild to me. Like, that's for Dante to put one of Virgil's contemporaries in hell for this. It seems like he's trying to humanize Virgil in a way that nothing previously has done. Like, it's Dante the poet. Because otherwise, why include her? This is a character that is so disconnected from you. Like, why? The Aeneid is not widely read until 100 years after your death.
Ancom?
Yeah.
Look in the Musa column where it says on line 45, I made a hyperlink for it.
Uh-huh.
So it'll be there forever. Those who know will know.
I haven't actually watched Dandadan, so I don't know what it is I'm watching here, but
It's just all I did was link "Get Back His V-roll"
Okay.
parts to the theme song for Dan to Dan, and the whole purpose of that anime is there's a dude who the aliens like steal his balls, and he has
okay.
to get them back. That's the whole point of the anime, is
Alrighty then.
to get them back. Yeah, that's it.
Um,
Because they have some sort of magical power or whatever.
yeah, just remember it's a show made by Asians where there are still people who grind up rhino penis because they think it
Yeah.
works like an aphrodisiac. So
Right.
I thought
they're
that
willing.
was horn. It's rhino horn.
They do both. Trust me, you'd be amazed the shit you can learn watching National Geographic of them like going through like all the endangered markets and crap. They fucking use all kinds of stuff. It's fucking wild.
Gain the strength
Pangolin
of the animal.
scales is another one.
Bear livers, all kinds of weird shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Walrus baculum. For those of you who don't know what a baculum is, that's a dick bone. Yes, some animals actually have a dick bone. Yeah. For those of you who have a weak constitution, first of all, why the fuck are you here? Second of all, don't watch any documentaries about the endangered animal trade. It will break your fucking heart.
For those of you of a weak constitution, re-roll your character.
Yeah.
Well, right now that would be America, right? We have a weak constitution right now.
Potentially, but before
Can
we
re-roll that too?
That's called the Constitutional Convention.
Unfortunately, that very well may be something that comes sooner than later, and we need not be getting into
I
that
say
during
don't touch
Dante.
the fucker until at least 4 years.
No. What I'm worried about has
make it
less to
worse.
do with a constitutional convention and more to do with what kind of precedents can be set through EO and SCOTUS if it isn't fought in the right way, and what would end up happening thereafter. That being said, like I said, don't want to go too far into that because that will get our fucking video taken. Yeah. Ancom, if you'd like to pick up, we're at line 58.
Also, I
And
only 1 hour left, so
Huh?
I only have 1 hour left.
Yeah.
Me too, actually.
It looks like 78.
All right. And after her father had from life departed, and the city of Bacchus had become enslaved, she a long season wandered through the world. Above in beauteous Italy lies a lake, at the Alps' foot that shuts in Germany over Tyrol, and has the name Benacco. By 1,000 springs, I think, and more is bathed. Twixt Garda and Velcomanica Penino, with water that grows stagnant in that lake. Midway a place is where the Trentine Pastor and he of Brescia and Veronese might give his blessing if he passed away. Sitteth Peschiera, fortress fair and strong, to front the Brescians and the Bergamasques, where round the bank descendeth lowest. There of necessity must fall whatever in bosom of Benacco cannot stay, and grows a river down through verdant pastures. This feels just like a very long geographical description.
Yes, but now that you're reading it, you understand why I saved you for this section.
Fair enough. I had one more.
Yes.
One more person to go. Soon as the water doth begin to run, no more Benacco it is called, but Mincio, as far as Governo, where it falls in Po.
And as we've talked about in previous cantos, the River Po is what they are describing here, which is in northern Italy. That was many weeks ago, though, so I will remind you to here quickly. Because let's be honest, most of our watchers, I don't know exactly where they are in the world, but I doubt most of them are in Europe. Just saying. Most European uni kids are not going to need this visual aids to help them pass their class.
Europeans understand these texts better than we do.
Well, they're taught more adequately. I mean, that's a whole other conversation that we'll have Despy and I here until he's waiting to go to Aikido still on camera.
When I lived in Italy, there was a saying that even the street sweepers know Homer, which is to say that it doesn't matter, like, the kind of education you get over there, like, you're going to be reading those texts by virtue of being a European citizen, not by virtue of, like, needing it for a particular profession or whatever.
What's funny is we used to have claims like that in America, and they have long since been lost. It used to be very common for people rich in I's age to have Latin classes in high school and not go to a Catholic school. Like, this was common back when we were kids.
Okay, there was a Latin class at my school, and I went to a public school.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they taught Latin well into the 90s.
I don't know exactly when it stopped as a general rule, but I know I started seeing it disappear in the 80s.
Well, it's just hard to find teachers who can do it. Most principals I know who teach at public schools are desperate to get a Latin teacher because it's perceived that it's good for your SAT score, which it is, because you'll understand Latin roots, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of the few things that fucking
Latin
church gave me. One of the few things that church gave me was an advantage when I got into fucking Latin nomenclature.
Yeah.
Well, I would say Latin teachers are hard to find, and good Latin teachers are even harder to find.
Well, no. Good Latin teachers are actually, funnily enough, good Latin teachers are always easy to find. The problem is most public schools aren't willing to hire them. Most public schools aren't willing to hire them because they're priests.
No, well, okay, maybe, but I think if you can find a Latin teacher, like I went to a college that taught a lot of Greek and Latin, and boy, they get snapped up by public schools instantly as soon as they graduated.
Oh no, like, for the secular ones, yeah, but if we really wanted Latin, and you know how I feel about religious schools, Rich, but if we really wanted Latin back in our high schools, we'd hire some Catholic priests. We'd have Latin back in our schools in a generation. That's it. It'd be that quick.
I mean, you can. I just don't know a lot of Catholic priests who are looking for a second job.
Oh, I agree on that part. That's that. But I'm saying we have the stock. It's just a lot of public schools. You're not going to hire them in the first place because, let's be honest, the priest is going to come in garb most often. Like, that's just the way they are, and that's going to be a sticking point for a lot of kids' parents. I would be one of said parents if he came in garb. I wouldn't care if he was a priest and he came in and taught. I know lots of fucking priests who don't wear their fucking shit all the time.
So the college I had, it's really monks that would know that stuff, and they would definitely come in their habits. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it'd be really hard to get a Franciscan to come in there without the garb on.
Dominican, Benedictine, all of these are the same. So
a diocesan priest can go to street clothes. That's fine, but a monk. Good luck.
I don't understand why it'd be a problem though.
Because my issue and many other parents' issue would be this is that slippery slope that was allowed back in the 80s, back when we were first pushing against this, because we had decided against, priests in schools and things in the 60s, when they first started being allowed in the 80s, that allowed people like Moms for Liberty to get a foothold into school boards. That's why. And we see where that's led over the last 45 years.
Well, they're not very happy with Catholic priests right now. The conservatives aren't. Because Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's for other
Jack.
reasons.
Because they're criticizing Trump's executive orders.
You need to call them by their actual name, and that's the granddaughters of the Confederacy.
Agreed, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah. That's why I have a problem with it. I know the history of the actions, but I also know that if this is the expertise I want my kids to learn from, that is, at least right now, the easiest place to get people who are educated in the subject. That's just the truth of it. That being said, because we are limited on time, going back to the Poe, the reason I bring this up, most people think when they think of swamps, they think of places like the United States South, certain places of Africa, etc. They don't think northern Italy. And the area around the Po is a swamp. And if you've never been to a temperate swamp before, it's a different experience. I would highly recommend you in the audience do a little Google search for the word temperate swamps and just kind of look through pictures. It is a very different feel. You've probably actually walked through one and not realized it. Like if you live in places like Michigan, Minnesota, places with a lot of lakes and rivers, you have probably walked through temperate swamps before and not realized it. This is a
intemperate swamp.
Tropical. Temperate meaning tropical climate, or temperate climate, tropical, subtropical. There's even polar and tundral swamps. Those are even more crazy.
Another term for it that might, I think, give a better image would be a flooded forest.
Marshland is another one.
Yeah,
marshland.
Freshwater swamp forest.
Yeah.
Basically, just think about a forest with a lot more water than usual, and you kind of get the idea.
Yeah,
we have those here.
Yeah, we have them everywhere, but the feel is different. The air, instead of being hot and muggy, it's humid and it makes your clothes stick to you, but you don't feel you're chilled to the bone. You know, your feet are
we call it bone chill.
Yeah,
it's called bone chill.
That's
where it's like 32 degrees outside and feels like it's minus 20.
Yeah. Where your feet are sticking to the ground because it's not quite frozen enough to be hard packed, so there's still mud, and it's different. It gives a very different feel, and to me, I think he's doing that intentionally, because the last part we were in the third bolgia, everything was burning. So now he's giving us this bone chill after the juxtaposition of essentially incineration. And I think that's an intentional point that Dante's using here to, again, draw into the shock that Dante, the character, would be going through.
Yeah, give me a minus 20. Give me a 40-degree weather. Just don't give me 32 and make it wet.
Yeah. Anybody who grew up in the Midwest, you all know what we're talking about. God, my knees hurt just thinking about it. Okay, so we'll get back to the reading, because that area didn't really need a whole lot of comment. It needed Ancom to read it, because the rest of us would have butchered it like a motherfucker.
I'm not saying I didn't butcher it. I just feel like I probably did better than anyone else would.
Well, let's just put it this way.
And,
I can.
Anyone who actually speaks Italian would hate it.
Oh, absolutely. But it's better than the average. And while my Latin is good on pen and paper, speaking it, I sound like a fucking TTS from 1995. Because I'm very slow and stilted, because it's been fucking 30 plus years since the last time I used it regularly.
Yeah. And you probably learned ecclesiastical Latin as opposed to, Vulgate or classical Latin.
Yes, 100%. Which makes trying to go back and read Vulgate even more fun, by the way. That being said, not far it runs before it finds its plain, in which it spreads itself and makes it marshy, and oft 'tis wont in summer to be sickly. Passing the way, the virgin pitiless land in the middle of the fen described, untilled and naked of inhabitants. There to escape all human intercourse, she with her servants stayed, her arts to practice and live, and left her empty body there. The men thereafter who were scattered round, collected in that place which was made strong by lagoon it had on every side. They built their city over those dead bones, and after her who first the place selected, Mantua named it without other omen. Okay, so we've talked about the Mantuans in previous cantos. We are now actually getting to the location more specifically, and into the very specific origin folklore as to the lake around which the city is built, so on and so forth. The pitiless version that they're talking about, if I remember correctly, is from Greek mythology, not Italian. And if I'm remembering correctly, it was one of the Vestal virgins that basically was like Helen of Troy, beautiful and sought after by everyone, kings alike, etc. Rich will have to correct me if I'm wrong on that one, because it's been a while. But the way this is described, if you've ever been to this part of Italy, yeah, he's describing this area pretty goddamn well. Because, while he does it in slightly hyperbolic fashion, the catacombs around Mantua are extensive. And when I say extensive, I mean fucking extensive. Like, they put the catacombs of Paris up for comparison. There's a lot of fucking dead bodies under that city. A lot of dead bodies under that city. So, interesting bit of history here. That he is giving the folklore as to why that is there, that they actually even started building because of this ancient legend. As they were already building on bones, why not add their own? Which is kind of a grim way to describe them, especially considering he hasn't exactly, Dante the poet has not exactly been kind to Mantuans up to this point either. It's starting to feel like kind of a personal vendetta. Like, every mention is negative. It's almost like he's getting to the point where this is a slur. Like, it's, I mean, again, I'm joking about it, but that is kind of how it feels, is because, like, every mention of this particular area of Italy has been negative.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems like he's not the biggest fan of the area.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But it's also like, I don't know why, because like I've been to the area. I know it's very pretty. It's got a lot of catacombs as described, so a lot of dead people underneath it. But like, I know nothing of the history as to why a Florentine person would hate this area. Like he's from fucking, the Hamptons and somebody came from anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, it probably had more to do with the people than anything, but
well, yeah,
why their prejudice existed.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm just kind of like, damn, dude. Like I said, it's almost like the name of this town has become a slur. It's like, like people in Detroit, when we're at a hockey game, if you mention Chicagoans, you might get into a fight because the Red Wings and the Blackhawks don't get along at all. Like, like we've had like literal riots after games between the two teams.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing as how it feels. Is it feels like that kind of like, if you know, and if you don't know, you're never going to understand, even if somebody explains it to you. But the reason I stopped where I did is this description also, again, leads to that further like jarring shift that he keeps doing. If you have followed our cycle through these circles of hell and their interior circles they're in, He has a tendency to do this, where he will go from either extremely loud to silent, or he'll go from hot to cold, wet to dry, etc. The best way I could describe it is, if you were reading this and you're at all imaginative as if you are Dante, because I guess everyone who reads it is going to put themselves into a different character, probably. Not everybody's going to pick Dante as to who they envision themselves in the story being. Like, this would be fucking absolutely terrifying. Like, nothing you know feels right. Everything you're seeing and feeling you're being told is fucking wrong. This is perfectly okay to even, to these people that you knew who, yeah, they fucked up, but do they really deserve eternal punishment like this? What the fuck is this shit? Like, this is, I think he is trying to, in as obfuscated a way as possible, to say, think for yourselves, not what the priests tell you. And in this particular position, Virgil is the representation of the priest.
I mean, yeah, I suppose, but with the amount that he reveres Virgil, I don't know. Something about that just doesn't
No,
quite
in this
mesh
particular
with,
point, because it's not every point. Because
Oh, okay.
remember, certain points he doesn't rebel against what Virgil says, and certain points he takes it, like, he snaps it right up. Other times his humanism continues to hold. And those times where he rebels, it's them going, no, this is natural. Don't push this away. Don't become less. I think, because he does it, again, pretty much until we lose Virgil. He never does this to Beatrice. Never. Never once. Anything that she says is golden.
Yes.
Like, there is no
She
question.
resides in heaven, right? So that makes sense.
But, like,
not just that, but the fact that, like, she was sent, through, I can't remember the middle one, but sent by the Mother Mary.
Lucia.
Makes Lucia, thank you. Makes her that much more infallible.
One second, be right back.
And it's also worth noting that Beatrice is only with him through, the last couple cantos in Purgatorio and then in Paradiso. So places where he disagrees with, where Virgil has to correct him is because he's feeling compassion for the people in Inferno and Purgatorio, whereas, no such compassion is needed for the people in Paradiso.
I think when we get there, you will find I have minor disagreements, because I think he even points to the concept of certain layers of heaven maybe not be so great. But we have a lot of cantos before we get to there.
Yeah.
But I do think he does say this, and I think even Rich will, like, back me up slightly, because there are certain points where he's not exactly on board, shall we say, in Paradiso. He's not, like, reticent or, like, truly resistant, but he's not exactly enthusiastic.
Okay, fair enough.
That being said, if you would like to pick up, let's see, it would be Despy next. Place. Let's see my dog. I don't need to go out just yet. It looks like we will be going from the top of the page, which is 94 for you, which doesn't matter, but it's at the top of the page. It's people once.
Okay.
And then I mean, it will get us a lot further quicker, but I hate to do it to you because it's a long read. But it's pretty much read everything on the page because that's where the next logical stopping point is at 120.
Okay, I will do my best.
Do you need me to move it, or I mean, that's pretty
No, it
much
should
the
be.
best I can get.
It
Yeah.
should be good. Just
Okay.
give me a second here. Let me make it a little bit bigger, and then there you go. Its people once with more crowded were, ere the stupidity of Casalodi from Pinamonte had received deceit. Therefore I caution thee, if ere thou hearest originate my city otherwise, no falsehood may the verity defraud. And I, my master, thy discourses are to me so certain, and so take my faith, that unto me the rest would be spent coals. But tell me of the people who are passing, if any one noteworthy thou beholdest, for only unto that my mind reverts. Then said he to me, he who from the cheek thrusts out his beard upon his swarthy shoulders, was at the time when Greece was void of males, so that there scarce remained one in the cradle, an augur, and with Calchas,
Calcus.
Cal-
Yeah,
Calchas.
it'd be pronounced like a K.
Okay, Calchas gave the moment, and Alis when to sever the first cable. Euryphilus, his name was, and so sings my lofty tragedy in some part or other. Knowest thou well, who knowest the whole of it? The next, who is so slender in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who of a verity of magical illusions knew the game. Behold Guido Bonatti, behold Asdente, who now unto his leather and his thread would fain have struck, but he too late repents.
Okay, so for those of you who don't recognize the name of Euryphilius, he was a Thessalonian king. His history is checkered, but there's many legends about him that history doesn't technically line up with, and I'm guessing this is basing on the legend as to why he is in hell. Because obviously Dante wouldn't have had access to the archaeological data that we got in the 1920s. But basically, the legend goes that he murdered every male that was refused to go to war, and then his army got basically butchered. So he literally destroyed his country by killing every male in the country. Obviously, history shows us that's never true, but that was the legend thereof. So there's something as to what I think Dante is putting him in hell for. The one thing I don't get here, and perhaps Rich will be able to help with this one, tragedy here is capitalized, and from what I remember looking at in the Italian, it was capitalized there as well. Is this essentially oh, it's not?
No. L'altra mia tragedia in alcun loco. Yeah, tragedia is not
Okay, then
capitalized.
I'll just skip over it then because I thought it was capitalized when I looked at it. But then again, I was looking in the book form, not the check real quick. Because I have the PDF. I'm not looking at the spreadsheet, so let me make sure it's not just like a copy error.
Oh wow, I was actually way off. It's tragedia.
What line is this?
Well, Ancom's reading from it. It is 113. Okay, looking at the other
So it's Longfellow who capitalizes it.
Yeah, and I'm looking at another copy. It's in Italian. It's not capitalized there either.
The beginning of the line, so it's hard to tell if that's intentionally, if it's just capitalized just because it's the beginning of the line, or.
Well, I opened up another Italian copy because my Italian copy is different than yours. You had to get one that you could copy and paste.
Right.
And mine isn't capitalized either, so it's just a copy error from the one I looked up online earlier. No big deal.
So I would argue there has to be a reason Longfellow capitalized it, and it might be that Longfellow perceived tragedy to be a proper name.
Well, I was thinking, could this be a reference to the third fate? I forget her name now, but she essentially represented the tragedy portion of fate, of the three fates. I thought that's who they could be referencing.
I mean, poets are apt to, personify concepts like that. So
yeah, and that's why I thought maybe, but if it's not capitalized in the Italian, this is Longfellow. So even if it is Longfellow's interpretation, that's what it meant. We can't interpret that that's what Dante meant.
Right. I agree.
But okay, and going back, the Caucasus is a region. This is a particular area of mountainous region, and I believe the Baltics. I'd have to look at the map again now. But it is a particular region very near Greece that you would be known. And if I remember correctly, this is where some of the best wool came from in the early Renaissance. But I could be mistaken on that one, because it's been many years since I looked at textile fucking records. And yes, for some unknown reason that my brain fucking thought up, I went through textile shit before. Don't ask. I don't sleep a lot, so I read a lot of weird shit.
Is it too soon to mention the next name that's in the next?
No, good.
Michael Scott.
Yeah,
which I found very peculiar from a text that has been so full of Italian names to suddenly hear a name as common and banal even in modern times as Michael Scott.
Well, so this is what I'm thinking. Obviously, you have to go in the other direction on this one. The question is Michael Scott of The Office fame in any way inspired by this Michael Scott, who knew every trick of magic fraudulence?
Well, but it's also,
he becomes a different kind of character by the end of the show. But in the beginning of the show, Michael Scott is much like David Brent, right? Who is essentially a fraud.
Well, okay, yes, but Michael Scott, first of all, Longfellow translates it wrong. It should be 1T, not 2. Is a very...
and players both give it 2 T's.
Yeah, I know, but it should be 1. And
no,
the reason...
It actually should be... It actually should be 2 because it comes from Michele Scotto having 2 T's.
Yes, but the person that he is named is Michael Scott in 1175. Born of Scott, he's a Scottish mathematician.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was the reason I know this name so well is not because of Dante, it is because of my love of the Emperor Frederick II. And this is one of his entourage. This is the guy who translated Averroes. Or Averroes, sorry. He is the guy who basically brought Averroes to the Holy Roman Empire.
Right, but if he's being described as a fraud here,
because he was a magician, he did alchemy, all that other stuff too.
Michael Scott also does magic tricks. So I don't know. I would not be shocked to hear that was the inspiration for the name. That's all.
I wouldn't be either.
Interestingly here, Sayers actually, in her notes, references a very different Michael Scott.
Oh, who does she reference?
Famous wizard of Balwere, mentioned in Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel.
Interesting. I actually now wonder because we have different
So this
scholars
is
saying
Michael
different
Scott.
Michael
He has a
Scotts
character named Michael Scott, like a character within a character.
and multiple historical Michael Scotts that it could be based. Okay, I know what we'll have to dig into this a little deeper. We'll
Okay,
touch
but
on
he's
it
a
for Canto
magician in that
21,
too. So either way, we're talking about a magician, right? Which makes sense because in the text itself it says knew
witches and
every
seers. Well, it's also that this is the circle for witches, seers, and frauds.
right.
Wait a
Not,
second. No, this doesn't make sense. Hold on one sec.
I'm
Because
not.
I'm realizing the Lay of the Last Minstrel was written in 1805, so I don't know what the hell Sayer's trying to get at here.
Well, it may have been written in
maybe they're both-
1805, but it's based on older. That's what I mean. She may be right. She already may be right. There may be others that say it's a different Michael Scott, because as you pointed out, it's not exactly an uncommon name in both literary and historical text.
Probably she meant that the character in the 1805 poem or whatever was based on an older character that's also being referenced by Dante here.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and at least from what I was able to research when I looked up Michael Scott, because yes, you're right. Anytime you're reading through a largely Italian text where you haven't had a fucking English name at all, let alone, one so fucking goddamn mundane as Michael Scott, you might as well have called him John fucking Smith. Like really.
Or if we really want to go with this, Johnny English.
Yeah, I mean, really, but you're not wrong. So it's like I when I looked it up, I found the mathematician in Frederick II's court, and I was like, oh, I know about this guy. I didn't dig any further. I was like, this is who Dante meant? Fuck yeah, that makes perfect sense. He wasn't a fraud, but he damn sure was an alchemist and a seer and all kinds of other shit. And therefore, even if he was legit, like Cassandra and Tiresias was, because they were not frauds. They don't belong here if it was only for fraud. That's why this is a particular portion known as the fourth bolgia that includes witches and seers. Yeah, it made sense to me. The fact that it could be another character or another historical figure, that's interesting. I wonder which scholar's correct is the question. Because it's not like Da Vinci, who we have journals upon journals upon journals upon journals of just random shit he wrote down. So there are literally points in history we know exactly what Leonardo da Vinci ate. We don't know that shit about Dante. We know he drank a lot of wine. That's about it.
Okay, listen, I'm almost certainly wrong, but from now on, this is my headcanon as to why Michael Scott got his name. Why they didn't just keep it David Brent.
I mean, it would work. I mean,
I'm sure I'm wrong. I'm sure that's not true, but I'm going to go with it.
No, here's the thing.
Okay.
It is as likely to be right as not when you talk about names this common being
Entertaining enough for me to just say that it's right.
Well, it could be that the person who wrote about that character was inspired by Dante or was inspired by one of the other. It could be like 3 steps down the chain, but still influenced by this, so it could work.
So, I have never seen this website before, so I don't know how accurate this is, but I did find at least one source that talks about a knight, Michael, in quotations, the Wizard Scott of Alighieri. So also Scottish, as the name suggests, who served in
Alighieri.
Holy Rome. Well, no, who served in the Holy Roman Empire. He was, he was an important philosopher at the court of the Holy Roman Emperor, whose
Frederick
writings
II.
and translations were valued around Europe in the 13th century. And according to this,
is this the one? Was he born in 1175? Because it might be the same Michael Scott, just a different entry. Somebody writing.
Okay, well, yeah. The problem is this website is not very well fact check because it contradicts itself. One shows a birth date of 1255, another shows a birth date of 1175. So it very well may be the same person, and yeah, I'm not 100%.
My two living
But
voids are trying to get my attention because one's up here, the other one's jealous. And now that I'm petting both of them, they're both jealous. Get down. Ugh. Go play with your buddy.
Okay, so he actually, so the original Michael Scott, the one with one T, apparently translated Ibn Rushdi, so that would perhaps
if it's the same guy that did fucking Averroes, Jesus Christ, busy motherfucker.
Yeah, that's I don't like going with a Latinized name because A, it makes no goddamn sense, and B, I've never liked changing proper the practice of changing proper names into another language without, some justification, which I don't think there is for this one. So, but yeah,
except for
same person.
Oh, okay, that was my mistake. But my issue with this is it was common for people to do this within correspondence of the time period within their own handwriting. I do not have a problem with it, therefore, because they did it themselves. Now, I don't know how common, if it was ubiquitous, but it was common enough that we have actual pieces of vellum with it happening.
Yeah.
It's at least it at least survived history that much, which means it wasn't a one-off.
Yeah, it's weird because the full name was Abu al-Walid Muhammad ibn Ahmad ibn Rushdi. Where the fuck do you get Averroes from that?
Probably a nickname that he had on the street. I forget what Averroes means, but I'm sure it has a meaning. Hold on, I'll look it up.
Okay.
If I recall, it's a title.
And I spelled it like shit.
Let's see here. His
also an anglicized title.
Averroes is the medieval Latin form of Ibn Rushdi. It was derived from the Spanish pronunciation of the original Arabic name, whereas an Ibn becomes Abin or Avin.
So was the Moors.
Well, yeah, but I'm now looking at the actual translate. Okay, so if we go based on this, it's basically calling him the Sharp Hawk in a slang form of Moorish Spanish. That's all I got.
Okay. Yeah, this is why this is one of the reasons why I dislike changing proper names like this, because it goes into so many different places. Other forms of the name in European languages include, and it's a long list, I'll give a few, Ibn Rasdin, Filius Rosadis, Ibn Rusid, Ben Raksid, Ibn Urushad. It goes in so many different directions from.
I'm not saying I want to start picking up the practice today. I'm just saying I could accept that they did weird shit back then for weird reasons that I don't quite get.
Yeah.
But the tendency now is to go back to the original name.
Well, there's that too, but at the same time, for example, if I were to get well, I mean, fair enough. But if I were to. If I were to, for example, when my books are finally out there and fully published, my real name will not be on them. I'm sure somebody can do if it ever.
Going by a pseudonym of your own volition is different than
But I don't know. But I don't know if
linguistic changes.
Yeah, but I don't know if Averroes was a nickname that he had that then in that language it became Averroes. If he had the Swift Hawk as a nickname in Arabic, you know what I mean? And then when they translated that, it became his, you know what I mean? That could have been just as easily the thing. And that's why, if it was his nickname, I don't have an issue with that. And a lot of people go by it. Like, especially historical figures. Like, how many fucking different nicknames did Arthur have now that we know that he was real? Like, you know,
Wait, back up.
Arturius, as we know now.
I did not realize that we had discovered an actual King Arthur.
Yeah, it has nothing to do.
I am behind on this.
Yeah, we even had a movie with fucking Clive Owen and Keira Knightley based on the archaeological evidence that was found. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
By the way, good movie if you haven't ever seen it. It is probably, by the way, complete bullshit as far as like the historical accuracy on like armors and all that shit. Like all that's like Hollywood shit. But Arturius was actually a Roman commander on the British Isles during the time of Hadrian's Wall, and there is actual some historical basis that has a foundation long before Arthurian legend, that very well could be the inspiration, if not the direct inspiration.
Okay, so he wasn't a Brit, he was a Roman.
Yes, that's why I had to correct myself when you started to say something, and I'm like, technically Arturius.
Gotcha. Okay, I just figured that was like the Roman version of his name.
He was actually a Roman commander leading. I forget if they were native troops that had become knights or Roman conscripts that had become knights. That part I forget. The archaeological data and the movie data kind of gets blurred on that point. But I know Arturius was Roman because he was a student of Pelagius.
Okay, so then the question is, what were the French basing the legend off of? Because, like...
Probably what the Woads, probably the word of mouth folklore that the Woads came up with of Arturius when he turned against the Romans.
Oh, okay.
Because the Romans, at least according to the archaeological data that they're able to piece together and the little bit of interpretation that they do there, and he stayed in Rome after Rome left when the Anglo-Saxons invaded Britain. Therefore, he became a deserter to the Roman Empire, which is a death sentence.
Okay, so do the other characters have historical, like, do we
that I have no clue for, but I know Arturius exists.
Okay.
That part, like, it's What was that, Rich? You're coming through quiet because you're on your other mic, so I got to give you a second.
But then we also have Sitting Bull, right? That's another example of instead of just saying, like, you know, whatever in his language what his name was, we just said what it meant, which is Sitting Bull.
Yeah,
and his own people still do it to this day.
Yeah. So the fact that Averroes made it through Spanish just adds another layer to it. But,
and at that time, when it came through Spain, it was Moorish Spain, which means it was Arabic controlled, which means it would even make more sense that he would use some kind of a nickname for, like, the translation to people who may not speak his language because of the conquest that happened and all that. So yeah, makes sense to me. I don't have an issue with that.
It's also kind of a cool name.
Agreed. Especially now that I know that it means sharp hawk. That's kind of cool.
If anything, you know.
Yeah. But we'll finish this out because we'll be losing Rich here in a minute completely. I'll take his turn since he's going to be driving by the sound of it. The next, who is so slender in the flanks, was Michael Scott, who of verity of magical illusions knew the game. Behold Guido Bonatti, behold Asdente, who now unto his leather and his thread, who would fain and have struck, have he too late repents. Behold the wretched ones who left the needle, the spool, and the rock, and made for them fortune tellers. They wrought their magic spells with herbs and image, and come now for already holds the confines of both the hemispheres, and under Seville torches the ocean wave, Cain and the thorns. And yesternight the moon was round already. Thou shouldst remember well it did not harm thee from time to time within the forest deep. Thus spake he to me, and we walked a while. Okay, so a lot of fucking imagery here packed into some very quick fucking words. Because he's driving, you'll have to look at the spreadsheet for any of the commentary on Guido Bonatti. I wasn't able to find shit as far as like digging in, like actually as to like what this would, why he's here. Like, as Dante, on the other hand, was a fortune teller who did what we would now call seances. They weren't called seances back then, obviously, but essentially was a medium, did the same thing as a seance. The only difference is, was not considered a fraud. So again, this is a witch or seer who is here for legitimately being able to see the future. Not anything other than being born with a gift. Go on, but
Guido Bonatti of Forli, a well-known astrologer and diviner in the service of many lords, including Frederick II and Guido da Montefeltro.
does he have a nickname that he went by? Because I don't remember Bonatti being in the entourage of the second.
No, not that I can see. Astente is a different person.
No, that I knew. The Astente fucking years later.
Yeah, no, I don't see any notes in either Musa or Sayers about other than...
But if he's the one in Frederick II, I'll dig later and see if there's a nickname, and maybe that's what I'm remembering him by, or maybe I just forgot he ever fucking existed. Who knows? But all is possible in the world. But
I was able to find it pretty quickly on Wikipedia.
Yeah, but my issue was because I didn't remember it in Frederick II, I didn't know this name. I didn't know that when I looked up, because when I type in stuff that I don't know from Dante, if I don't have any context clues, literally what I type in is the name and then comma Dante. And then I start looking through stuff. So sometimes I don't always find the best stuff.
Yeah, Wikipedia has him as an Italian mathematician, astronomer, and astrologer who was the most celebrated astrologer of the 13th century. Bonatti was advisor to Frederick II and a bunch of others.
I guess this is why I don't know him. How many astrologers do you remember? Because I don't remember many from history, personally.
I seldom remember people generally.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I need to ask Despy that question.
Yeah, but according to this, his employers were all Ghibellines, which might
that would explain Dante's connection.
Explain his presence. Yeah.
And like I said, Dante was again not a fraud. This is the reason this is worded this way, at least from what I remember of the legend. Dante would prick their own fingers with needles and then draw on a leather apron that they wore to tell the future.
Wow.
Yeah, just blood divining. Same shit that we have in every culture around the world.
Yeah, it's funny that you asked that question about astrologers, because I didn't really know anything about astrologers until freshman year in college when I read Dante, and that prompted me to look up all of the different astrological sources that, Dante had access to.
I know far more about astronomers than astrologers, yeah.
Well, okay, but there was a lot of overlap between astrologers and astronomers.
Depending on how far back you go, yeah, but I'm just saying, I know more about them than astrologers. It's those don't stick in my mind. I'm wondering if that's my empirical bias showing.
Well,
this is saying he was both. Bonatti was listed as being both an astrologer and an astronomer.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you're wrong.
There comes a point at which astrologers are important because of the astrology they do.
No, no,
For
not.
a while, once it becomes its own field, then astrologers are no longer important.
Yeah, it's like the
They are.
separation of alchemy into chemistry. Yeah, 100%.
Right. Yes. Exactly. Old alchemists from back in the day were kind of important for advancing science.
Absolutely. Like, and any modern scientist who argues otherwise doesn't know the history of chemistry. And I would have fun debating them into the ground on that one, because yeah, the people who were drawing magic symbols while trying to do chemistry were wrong, but they still did chemistry while they did it. Like, they just thought there was other influences there.
Yeah, like astrologers were or not astrologers. Alchemists were the ones who figured out that hydrogen and oxygen make water. They just didn't know why.
Yeah, they thought that they were able to separate the hydrogen out if they drew the right arcane symbol in the right stone and put it into the right bowl shape with the right amount of fucking water from the right. Yeah, they thought all kinds of weird other shit, but they did figure that part out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, and there's a reason. There's a reason alchemistry and chemistry sound so similar.
Yes. Yes, and like people forget this, and it's one of these things where I know I have an empirical bias, and I know this because of the simple fact that while I do have a certain level of belief in the supernatural, being a theist, it is a very cursory belief within that, because I have trouble, like I struggle with that belief constantly due to my level of having to be able to explain why I believe something, and I can't on this one. So like, it could be I just dismiss a lot of the people who are more considered astrologers, like, Robert Edmond. Like he's a fucking crackpot, but he also discovered a couple of stars. He also discovered a couple of planetary orbits around a couple of stars, or at least postulated potential planetary orbits around those stars due to the way that the stars flickered and things like this. But he also thought that he could write out language that he was being told by an angel in his sleep on human skin, and it would eventually bring the dead back to life. So he wasn't exactly stable.
Yeah. There's a reason to saying there's a fine line between genius and insanity or something like that exists. And you can see it quite a lot. In fact, the guy who invented PCR testing, the guy who came up with the concept, was fucking insane otherwise. So,
what was that, Rich? Because you said something too. Because you're quiet, so I want to be able to hear what you're saying.
No, you got the saying mostly right. It's just, I think the term is madness, genius and madness.
Oh, fine line between. See, I thought it was genius and insanity, but yeah, it could be genius and madness.
It's probably been done multiple times. Well, no, it's probably been done multiple times in multiple texts for multiple reasons, and depending on where you first.
Because insanity has to do with legal culpability, and madness has to do with being crazy.
Well, and you may have not read the original, or Ancom may have not read the original. None of us may have. We all may be reading derivatives, etc. So, I'm sure this is an old concept.
Yeah.
That being said, going back to what we're talking about, because we went past them, what we then get to, though, is under Seville torches the ocean wave. Now, this goes back to Averroes, as we were talking about earlier in our earlier divergence. It kind of circles back here well, because this is talking about the Moorish conquest of Spain. This is the time period when Averroes was pulled into Europe, quite literally. This is one of these things where the allusion to this is a scar on Catholicism at this point in time. This is a deep loss that they took in war. The Catholic Church did not like losing in war. Just saying.
If only they disliked war as much as they disliked losing war.
Well, they got to that point eventually. It took them longer than we would have liked, but It was more the point of, this was one of those things that, first of all, American students aren't taught nearly enough about. Second of all, it is so historically significant that the Iberian Peninsula was essentially taken from Rome, for lack of a better, more succinct way of putting it. And Rome couldn't take it back. We went to the Holy Land and fucking killed the hundreds of thousands of people. We took parts of the Holy Land from people that had been living there for fucking millennia. Yet we couldn't take back the Iberian Peninsula a couple hundred miles away. This was a big deal for a long time.
Yep.
Like, the Catholic Church didn't forgive the Arabic population for Seville until 1998.
Oh, jeez. Should have taken a page out of the book of Scipio. He managed it.
Well, but my point is like, this is one of those things. This is something they held on to a deep resentment for a long fucking time. So him bringing it here, and then the juxtaposition of Cain and the thorns. Anybody who's been watching this long, if you haven't read enough of the Bible that we've referenced that has come up during these points to understand the reference of Cain and the thorns, I'm sorry, I'm not going into it for you. Pick up your Bible. What the hell are you doing, dog? Chill out. Not that cat. Lay down. Puppies. But like the come here. Stop chasing the cat. Okay, so yeah, but like this is the equivalent of what I think Dante is trying to point to here. And Longfellow's point is about the touches of the ocean wave, which his commentary is about the actual attack itself, as opposed to anything Dante is trying to say. What I personally think Dante is trying to say here is the sting of Seville is the same as the sting of Cain felt after killing Abel. That is what I feel he is trying to point to with this alliterism. Does that feel off to the rest of you guys?
No, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, because Longfellow's commentary on it is just talking about the history of the attack and what temples and cathedrals were sacked and all that shit. Which, interesting for a history point, not really interesting for what Dante was trying to say, because while Dante may have been pointing to it, I doubt Dante cared about the historical specifics of the actual cathedrals that were taken. I have the sneaky suspicion, or else he would have used a couple more lines than 2.
Yeah.
So I have the sneaky suspicion he's trying to point to the emotional resentment that the Catholic world felt at this point for it. Because even after the Catholic world took it back... God damn it, hold on.
So, interestingly, both Musa and Sayers have a completely different interpretation of the phrase Cain with his thorn bush, which they refer to as the man in the moon, where the moon appears with a lantern and a thorn bush. The moon is now setting, is what they're basically. It's a metaphor saying, well, let's see here. Sayers says it's the moon setting. And Musa says the moon is directly over the line of demarcation between the northern and southern hemispheres. And is setting... Oh, it's setting on the western horizon. Okay. So, weirdly enough, they're both giving this a time. they're saying that
And a specific
moon is-
location near the equator, and yeah. Because the moon
Yeah,
looks different
so-
depending on where you are in the world, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, so it's Moose's approximating 6 a.m. Sayers go so far as to say 6:52 a.m. on Saturday, which is
No, motherfucker, Sayers, you can kiss my ass. You're starting to sound like that asshole who came up with 6,004 fucking years crap, trying to use the genealogy charts within the Bible. Fuck off. Give me an exact time. Get out of here.
6:52. Wow, that is astonishingly precise. Where the fuck did you come up with that?
Yeah, give me your fucking equation, motherfucker. I want to see your work.
Well, okay. To be entirely fair, she does say approximately, and then give 6:52 a.m. on Saturday.
So what was that? 6:52 in 10 seconds? Get out of here. Approximately.
I mean, like,
I
did
hate
she
that
go
crap.
back through? Did she go back through astronomical charts
no, because
Florence, Italy, in 1301?
No, because what she's basing this on is not real life historical moon. She is basing this on the fact that the time period of Dante's journey is 3 days.
Okay.
So she is setting this at 6:52 a.m. on the second day. So not quite 24 hours into the event is how she's setting it.
Yeah. Well,
and I still want to see her math. How the fuck did she get to this exact number? What did she count the lines and do like what is this?
Yeah. Well, what's even worse is, like, we're at the 8th circle. We're very near the bottom of hell. The horizon is significantly upward from where they are if hell is supposed to be this cone
Funnel,
shape.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, the horizon is like 80 degrees azimuth from you. You can't say shit about moonset.
Yeah, and it's also, even if you're doing moonset at the crater rim, so to speak, because that would, you know, because I mean we've all played D&D. You know, I've done Underberg, which was like an underground city of gnomes, and it had an open sky at the middle, and that's how they did it. It was crater rise and crater set. Even if you're going by that, how did you come up with 6:52 a.m. Sayers?
Yeah,
I just want to see your work. You may be right, but I've seen no indication that would give me a time. None.
like I said, I think she's like using some sort of astronomical chart from 1301. Like, if we know the specific day that that this all was purported to happen by Dante, and like she had the astronomical charts or an almanac or some shit that gave moonrise and moonset times at specific locations. Maybe that's how she got this, but that feels like a stretch.
That would be the only thing that I could think of that would give it exact time, because there's nothing in the fucking text. But their forest experience, yes, Rich, that is exactly right. This is just
it occurs to me, I could pop up Stellarium right now and do that.
Well, but my point is what day exactly? Well, we know that it's the 3 days that supposedly Jesus was dead. Just 1301 or 1310, whatever year he said it, and I forget now.
1301, I believe. But I'm trying to think, like, does he give a specific day when?
Well, it's supposed to be taking over Passover.
Okay. So, yes, the night before Good Friday in the year 1300, and if I go Florence, Italy, okay, that actually helps. Give me a little bit. I gotta set the correct.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I know Sayers didn't have access to this, so she's going off of something else. So either she's using some ancient almanac like you originally suggested, or she's trying to do something textually, like they've taken this long to get this far, and it's this many words of this many words, and that's how I got to this amount of time, because it's 24 hours in hell, 24 hours in purgatory, 24 hours in heaven, type shit. Yeah, like, I don't know where she gets this number from. And I'm really glad that you read that to me live for the first time while we were here, because motherfucker, God, get the fuck out of here with that reaction, Dorothy. I know you love her, Rich, but even you have to go fucking hell. Like, even you have to go, come on, Dorothy, where'd you get this one from? Oh, and since I pulled up side chat so that the stream can see it, so for Rich's point, yes, check out Thinking Atheist if you guys are gonna leave here next, because Seth Andrews is always a good fucking listen to, and he's got a much better voice than the four of us. I don't think any of us competes with his fucking radio voice.
Hey, I'm going to be in chat.
Oh, yeah, no problem. That's why I pulled up side chat so I could see it easier. But, yeah, it's just like, this is one of these things that, to me, Dante the poet, in these final lines, is again pointing to his humanism. Whereas Virgil, the character, Dante, the narrator, and Dante, the character, are all pushing away from that in this particular moment. Where he is pointing out that many of these characters he has named are not frauds. He hasn't said it, but the people he's chosen are historically listed as legitimately having the ability to see the future and do certain levels of divination. The only thing that they did to get in hell is they failed to repent. Something to point out, that even Dante feels the need to bring this up, that all it took was failure to repent. They didn't lie. They didn't commit fraud. What did they have to repent for?
Okay, yeah, I don't know what the fuck Sayers was on, but at 6:50 whatever.
6:52 a.m.
Yeah, 6:52 a.m. The moon had been below the horizon for about 5 hours. So, I'm putting this on April 17th, 1300, because according to a quick Google search, Good Friday was April the 16th. Now, mind you, they were still using the Julian calendar, and this is based on the Gregorian calendar, so I don't 100% know if this is, like...
We'll just assume it is for now. Yeah, we'll just assume it is for now, because none of us are fucking astronomers. We don't need to be that accurate. A couple of days isn't going to bother us that badly.
Yeah, from Florence, Italy, the moon set over or below the horizon at about 1:18 a.m. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Like I said, I personally think it's her trying to delineate a time period that he's been in hell, and I don't think it's supposed to be Italy. I think it's supposed to be hell. And when you're just doing that much, like I said, I don't know exactly how she came up with this figure, but I am going to do the word count now, because I've thought of that being a possibility, to see if that's what she's doing is a total word count of the Inferno, or a total word count of the comedy, perhaps, and then like extrapolating out how many words have been used or how many tercets have been used this far. She's got to be using something, or she made it the fuck up. And if she made it up, shame on her.
Yeah. But, oh, by the way, for anyone who's wondering how I'm making the determination I am, Stellarium, Stellarium, wonderful piece of software, completely free on web browser or...
You could download apps and
mobile.
stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, and it can show you the configuration of the sky at pretty much any point in time using
within reason.
What we now understand.
Every order of magnitude you go up, your percentage of accuracy goes down slightly. So for example, a couple of thousand years, no problem. When you get to a few million, plus or minus a couple of percent on that one for you guys. This
is giving standard Gregorian calendar dates. I don't know how far back I can actually force it to go, but being able to go back 700 years, not that big of a deal for star configurations.
And there's plenty of other software that does this. Like, we can rewind the night sky technically to any point in history, within reason. Because, for example, and this is something that a lot of people, that unless they're big astronomy nerds or astrophysicist nerds, you don't really think about. Depending on how far back you go, there may have been stars that existed back then that don't exist today, that we have never seen the light of because of how long ago they died, that may have affected the night sky in a way that we cannot obviously predict because we have no input information for it. Obviously, we cannot say that there was this supernova that fucking happened in this part of the night sky in the Cretaceous, unless that fucking star was within 65 million fucking light years, because then we'd see the evidence of that light still to this day, type thing.
Well, yeah, and usually when stars go supernova, they leave behind nebulas. Most of the big nebulas that you're aware of are the result of supernovae.
Or nebulas or birthplaces for stars and comets. Yeah, it goes both ways. But yes. And that's my point.
Yeah, it's actually cyclical. Supernovae creates nebula, which then
create stars and comets, and yeah, that's my point. It's like I don't know which one happens where or when, and these programs can only do so much, but I do recommend you use them. It is absolutely fascinating to see some of the shit. Just don't become a Graham Hancock. Don't do that. Just have fun.
Here's a fun little factoid. Whenever you see like astrology stuff and it's giving the dates of the various signs of the zodiac, those dates are all wrong because the position of the stars has migrated slightly over time. So at this point in time, it's actually about a month behind. So, for instance, myself being born on June 25th, according to the typical astrology, that puts me as a Cancer. However, according to the current thing, I'm actually a Leo, because that's where the constellation of Leo was behind the sun from the perspective of Earth at the time of my birth. Just a fun little thing if you want to go looking at that. There's actually a thing called sidereal astrology, which does update for that, but it's not commonly used.
Yes, and this is more just the point. These are fun tools to use that allow us to do a little bit of cursory research that the average person in the 60s didn't have. People in the 1800s definitely didn't fucking have. We were able to rewind the night. By the way, this is not new technology. It's very new that it's this easy. It is not new that we have been able to do this. We have technically been able to rewind the night sky since the late 1960s. Since punch card computers, we've been able to do this. Just so you know.
Yeah, although
Just back then, it would take a year to do it.
Hours. Yeah. Hours, days, or years in order to make all the calculations
Yes.
required. Now we just got to have all this shit in a database and can rewind very easily.
Yes. Yeah, it's great for that. So it's one of those things that use it, just don't become a Graham Hancock, and if you don't know who that is, just look him up and laugh. He's not right. He's very funny. He's got some interesting ideas. The only thing that I think he is right about is that, yes, there are much older, quote unquote, advanced civilizations than we previously knew about. But that's advanced compared to their time period. So that means when we thought that they were still smacking two rocks together, they had already attached a rock to a stick. This is a dramatic difference between advanced civilization and what Graham Hancock thinks when he starts talking about fucking Atlantis. Fucking lunatic. But with that tangent aside, it does kind of bring us back to this, because Dante is essentially the realist of the surreal world. Because if you look at demonology grimoires of this time period, like as I was talking about, like with they try to keep everything highly realistic. The things that they change, the things about the other side, are so much stranger. Like Dante's hell is like kind of cohesive. We could follow it. It's very weird. It's very like surreal, but it's easy enough to follow. Like some of the shit these people say, like screams become solid in some of these grimoires. Like they say some weird shit. And that's why we kind of get Dante as the predominant mythology that persisted throughout Catholic and Christian mythology in general. Is because he basically created a framework that makes sense in a way that is cohesive. Like it's surreal, so it doesn't make sense, but it's how to put this? It is structured in a way that is cohesive for storytelling and therefore compelling.
Yeah, it's a useful framework, and you'll see it pop up in basically every, like, elements of it will pop up in basically every major modern
interpretation
of hell. Yeah, like it won't be exactly the same every time, but there will always be like similar things from it, just because the concept of the circles of hell were pretty much invented by Dante and have maintained throughout, you know, the culture of the last several centuries, to the point where even, you know, really modern like new shit like Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, you use this you know, just as like givens.
You lose your tooth? Huh? Okay. Ugh. She was playing tug of war, and then all of a sudden she's licking. Like I'm like, oh shit! Did you lose one of your puppy teeth? And checking for blood. There's nothing. That being said, but no, it's like Despy can even point this out because he will have seen so much of it from Japanese, Korean, and Chinese media. It even affects their depictions of their own hells now. Yeah. In media, not in
Japan has always had a fascination with the Catholic Church.
Well, we could blame the Jesuits for that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like it bleeds over into like a whole bunch of different things. So
well, same with the Chinese, the Koreans, they all do it too.
What is it? There's one called Well, I mean it's more specific. So you have like media like, what is it? NN Shobutai? Is it like Fire Force or something like that?
If I've seen this, I don't know it by this title.
Okay, so basically what it is that they're these firefighters that have to fight these fire demons, and they're powered by like the Catholic Church.
Okay, never seen this one, although this sounds funny as fuck. Is it a
Yeah, you
comedy
probably
or is it meant to be serious?
If I
Because if
remember
it's serious,
correctly,
I will not find it funny.
it's made by the same guy who made Soul Eater.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's taking the piss.
Well, yeah, like most of the times that I've seen, demonic representation in anime, usually there has been some aspect of Christianity portrayed there. Like the only major exception I can think of is Bleach, since that is so based on specifically Japanese mythology. I don't think I remember like really anything Christian being brought in there. Although
I'd have to go back and
always
rewatch
seemed
it.
odd.
I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but I'd be willing to bet it's there too, because this is something that has happened because of missionary work, the expansion of the church through all kinds of good and bad reasons. Like, we won't get into that, but like it's one of those things. I even notice it in pagan culture, where there will be somebody who starts talking about the afterlife of the happy hunting ground from certain Druidic faiths, and they will start talking about it like it's fucking the Christian heaven. And I'm like, motherfucker, do you know a goddamn thing about this mythology? What the fuck are you talking about? That's what
I remember in Bleach. Like the demons, I don't remember what they were actually called now, but they all had Spanish names, which I thought was really weird. So my guess is like had something to do with the church, like missions and shit.
I mean, Portuguese, but yeah. The Portuguese were the ones that infected Japan.
Well,
okay.
Well, now let's be fair here. It was the Portuguese and the Spanish.
I know, but I like blaming the Portuguese.
They may have got there first. That doesn't mean that they were the only people there.
I know, and then later we got the Dutch and a few other. But it's still funnier to blame the Portuguese.
Technically, if we're being like 100% honest, the Dutch got there first.
Yeah, but if I remember correctly, they were primarily traders, not missionaries. The first Dutch.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
It's true. But I'm just saying,
traders and missionaries tended to go along together.
No, depends on which country we're talking about.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Dutch were the only people when Japan created the Sakoku period, where they basically shut their doors. The Dutch were the only people that were allowed to still trade in Japan, but they were only allowed to do it in a single wharf known as Dejima Wharf that's in Nagasaki. And if you've ever been there, which I have, it's extremely tiny.
And this is because the Dutch were technically the first one to find the safe pathway there.
Yep.
Technically. And
it's because they landed on Taiwan first.
Probably. Well, but it's also like the way that they went there, like they found their way through shoals and all kinds of other shit that other people weren't able to fucking accomplish. It's like I said, and at this time period, pilot's rudder, which is the person who literally captains the ship, is called a pilot at this time period. The pilot's rudder is worth more than the pilot's weight in gold because of the secrets that it holds. Like those things, like there literally have been wars fought over a single pilot's rudder. Just to put this into perspective. So
we're not talking about the rudder as in
it's a book.
The ship.
No, it's a book.
Think of it like a logbook. Like you know how with truck drivers, how truck drivers have to keep a logbook of every place that they go to.
But include all hand-drawn charts with drafts and all kinds of other shit, where you're including stuff that it's on no map, nobody else but you has this shit in your book, etc. Yeah, these things were insanely valuable for a very long time, and for example,
is valuable.
And for example, like one of the pilot rudders that eventually got the English to to Japan was stolen off of a Dutch pilot after they chased him for 212 days at sea. They literally kept him at sea for 212 days and basically ran him aground where he had no supplies and he had to give up, and then stole his rudder. Ah, the joys of history. Just think about imagine a high-speed chase that lasts 2/3 of a year. It's like a moving siege.
Yeah.
It's a siege at 18 knots. But that's how the British eventually found their way to Japan. Funny old things. That being said, it like the reason we bring this up is because we got slightly diverted, but it's everywhere that Catholicism has touched, their own mythology has adapted certain parts of Catholic hell, and specifically Augustine and Dante's version of hell, after Dante wrote, obviously, but because of the way that they are basically preached at by missionaries. Because at this time period, missionaries are a little different than the people who knock on your door and ask, "Have you met Jesus?" Just saying. It wasn't exactly the same.
They did things a little differently.
Like, Despia, would you care to give a brief description of what the first missionaries did to Japan that damn near got them all murdered?
Well, it really depends. There were a couple things. It could have been the selling people into slavery. It could have been and when we're talking about slavery, we're talking about selling them into chattel slavery, and not the form of slavery that Japan actually had in practice, which you could buy your way out of. Or it could have been the fact that they decided that they wanted to try and create a system, or to buck the Japanese caste system, where they wanted to make it so that people could just marry who they choose to marry, and they didn't have to. They could marry out of their caste.
I was also talking about the missionary who made his way into the imperial city before being killed because he was trying to convert the emperor. Oh. Yeah. That guy. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just say that there might be problems trying to do that.
Yeah.
Just a few.
Yeah, he made his way. I don't know how far he made it in, because I just know the legend is he made it into this imperial city, but that place is fucking big.
Well, is it the Kyoto Imperial City?
Yeah.
I've been there.
At least according to the legend. Okay, so you've been there. At least according to legend, he's been as far as the cherry garden, the cherry blossom garden. I don't know how far into that is, but
that's right outside.
Oh, so he barely got across the border before getting shanked.
Right. You have to understand. There's the Imperial grounds and there's the Imperial castle, and like you don't get into the Imperial castle, like the actual grounds inside to where the castle is, without dying.
No, and I just didn't know, because like the legend is he died under the cherry tree, so I didn't know how far that was, so I just assumed he made it into the grounds a little ways. But yeah, he was trying to convert the emperor, which was strictly forbidden. He wasn't even allowed to speak to or see the emperor. Let's be honest, most people in Japan weren't. Let alone some fucking foreigner.
No one was, except for the imperial family.
I thought like daimyos and stuff were they all considered part of the imperial family?
It's
I could be mistaken. I thought that.
The only thing I could think of would be like the omyoji, like the actual like the priests possibly, but
Not the heads of state.
most people were. Pardon?
Not the heads of like prefectures now, whatever they would have called back
Well,
then.
are you talking Meiji period or are you talking pre-Meiji period?
You'd have to tell me because like when I don't know like how things changed over that time period.
Right.
You do.
Right. So I mean, like the majority of people, like you didn't look at the emperor directly. So it would be like one of those things. Like if I was in the same room as you and I was like one of your advisors, I would never ever look you in the eye. I would always look to the side of your face in your general direction, but never at your face. So I would never do this to you. I would always speak to you like this.
Yeah, basically my streaming point of view. Gotcha.
Right. Right. So the people that could do this were the imperial family.
Okay, fair enough. I see. At least because again, Western teaching on this shit is garbage. You know this. The way that I was taught is that up until essentially the time period of the shogunate, there was like the leaders of like the little kingdoms, prefectures, whatever the fuck you called them back then, the daimyos that ruled their little areas.
Yeah.
They were allowed into the imperial city and even into the presence of the emperor. Maybe not look at him. That part wasn't really talked about.
Yeah.
But they were allowed in his presence and to communicate with him. And then once the time period of the shogunate came in, basically they put a separation, and it was only the shogunate who talked to the imperials, and everybody else talked to the shogunate. At least that's the way we were taught here in the West. Which, as I said,
Well, the whole thing is that like the shogun could then basically interpret what the
which then led to all kinds of other problems. But yes.
Right. So I mean, it would really depend. Like, if the emperor were to say to you to look me in the eye and say that to me, then you would be bound to look him in the eye and tell him. But unless he said that to you directly, you did not look him in the eye, unless you were like immediate family.
And that's fair. And then, like I said, the looking in the eye part wasn't really talked about. At least, except for like Common Man, because they always like bowed their head to the ground, like when he was like seen out in his like palanquin thing.
Right.
But I always just assumed that was because they're fucking bowing, not because they couldn't look at him.
Oh, okay.
Like I didn't think about the looking at him part. Like, but yeah. So, so it wasn't too far off. It's just slight nuances that we weren't taught. Fair enough.
Right.
Because basically the way I was taught is basically the shogunate basically fucked everything up that had been going on for a long time, and became intermediaries not only between the leaders and the emperor, but the priesthood and the emperor and all kinds of other shit. So like it wasn't too far off, at least. Fair enough. Because like, to me, this would be the equivalent of an Islamic scholar trying to step foot into Windsor and get to Victoria and be like, hey, let me teach you about Allah. Like, it ain't gonna go over well, Chief.
No.
It's not, it's the same thing, but you guys are a little bit more ceremonial about it.
Right.
That's how I always viewed it. But that being said, yes, this is something that actually happened. It literally almost led to the complete end of all Western influence in Japan for probably at least a generation, if not more. Because there was a lot of people who wanted to kill all of the missionaries because of what this one dude did. And the other shit,
well,
I'm sure didn't help. Selling people into slavery and trying to fuck up the caste. I'm sure those didn't help.
Well, I like, here's the thing. Like, I think, obviously, what is it? What would have happened was, it wouldn't have been that they would want to kill everybody because the guy tried to convert the emperor on the grounds.
Just because he violated the laws or whatever.
Right. I don't think they'd necessarily ascribe that to every other missionary that was there.
Okay, fair enough. Then why did they want...
But what I will say is that the chattel slavery, which was outlawed by the church, and they continued to do it anyway.
Yeah, we all know that. It was outlawed, what was it, 80 years before this point in the church, yeah.
Yeah, and they continued to do it anyway.
Because it was so far away from Mother Church that they were basically able to get away with it. But yeah.
Right. What is it? The Catholic decree that if you land on any lands that are not Christian,
I forgot about
you can claim them for the church. The Jesuits forgot to let the Japanese in on that part of the the deal.
That they now belong to Portugal.
Right. No. They belong to the church. They're just controlled by Portugal.
Under the governance of Portugal. Ain't fucking difference.
Right. No, it's not. It's a technicality. We are talking about the Catholic Church here.
I mean, this is true, but at the same time, I will just continue to point out, like, I got into this conversation with, like, I had to get, like, irritated with James the other day because he was saying something stupid, and I'm like, if a public service, or in this case, this thing isn't privatized like that, it's essentially the same as it being non-existent when it is so hyper-selective and discriminatory in its application. So, if you are under the governance of a state official of Portugal, and their word is literally law, like governors of these territories were, it is essentially the same as being owned by Portugal. Even if Portugal says, we hold it for the church. Nah, motherfucker.
Yeah, the other thing is that there were people that were becoming into very prominent positions of power within Japan that were converting to Christianity, whether it be Catholicism or Protestantism. And in doing so, it made them look as if they were denying the divinity of the emperor, which would not necessarily be a bad thing unless you're the shogunate who interprets what the emperor says. You're the shogun who does that. And if people are rebelling against you because they're of a particular religious group, and they're intermarrying between this religious group, and they're not intermarrying within, like, the system that's in place with the caste system, you're going to ruffle feathers.
Okay, and I guess here's a question I never really thought to ask, because pretty much all media kind of ignores it, so I just kind of did too. Were Catholic marriages recognized by the priests of Japan? Like, was it a thing of you weren't married in our faith, it doesn't count thing? Or like I mean, because that happens in many faiths, so I've just never really thought to ask that about this.
Oh, technically my wife and I's marriage is invalid according to Catholic Church.
No, to Japanese priests. We're not talking about to the Catholics. Yeah, the Catholics, we all know that.
Oh, yeah. No, like, here's the thing, okay? If somebody here was Catholic and they decided that they wanted to go to the Shinto shrine to have a marriage ceremony, they can still do it.
No,
but the thing is that, like...
I'm talking in this time period. Like, was it recognized, like, if... Let's say, I'll set up a scenario just to make it easy. You know, two young kids, not nobles, but like, you know, what's the lowest rank of samurai, whatever the fuck it is, Hazamoto or whatever it is. You know, their kids elope. They go get married by a Catholic priest. Would that be recognized by the Shinto priests? Or would that just be two young kids that then get fucking smacked by their parents and go, no, you're not married. You guys just did
Yeah,
something stupid.
they just get smacked by their parents.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay, that's what I was, because like, that's exactly what happens in Catholic tradition when it comes to other faith marriages. Like, yeah, that shit don't count.
I mean, like I said, technically, right now, the union that I have with my wife is not recognized as a marriage by the Catholic Church. In the same way
Why?
that the Catholic
Is that
Church,
because of pious, or is that because you guys did it Shinto?
That's actually part of like with the thing with Vatican II which was kind of revolutionary. With Vatican II, Catholics would not recognize Protestant marriages.
I mean, fair enough. Except for,
And Vatican II changed that if you got married by a like Protestant preacher or whatnot, and you were married in a Christian setting, then they would recognize that marriage.
Well, okay, yeah, I know what you mean
The
now.
thing
because,
is,
yeah,
no. So the thing is that they don't recognize civil unions. So if you went to the Justice of the Peace, and you got a marriage certificate through the Justice of the Peace, but you didn't have a ceremony that was done inside a Protestant
Anointed
church or a Catholic church or anything whatsoever, then that would be considered an invalid marriage by the church.
I'm so glad that my family didn't fucking buy into this shit.
So to put things into perspective, and I'm not making excuses for the Catholic Church or anything like that. In the same way, a gay couple going to the Catholic Church and asking for a blessing for their marriage from the priest, the same way the priest would deny them, the priest would deny my wife and I, even though we're a heterosexual couple, because our marriage is not valid and not recognized by the church.
Well, okay, I would think, at least according to everything I've seen from the previous three popes, that's changing, and you'd probably be.
Well, they're going to need an 18th ecumenical council to change that.
I'm aware. I'm just saying.
Unless there's an 18th ecumenical council, that does not change.
I'm aware, but as Rich and I have talked about many times about what Francis is doing and what JP did before him, that may be coming. But yeah.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Until that 2026 ecumenical council.
See, I didn't realize that it was a Protestant marriage. I just thought you just did because you're Catholic. I didn't really pay attention to your wife's marriage, or your wife's religion. I just didn't think about that part.
No. Yeah, no. I never. There was no. I don't even think there was a Catholic at the wedding at all. Period. Unless you include me.
I'm not arguing. I just didn't assume that, because at least in Irish tradition, when it comes to this, because Irish Catholic, Irish Protestant, kind of a thing that we had to deal with a lot.
Yeah.
Depending on whose family you were at, depended on what religion you were.
Right.
The Catholics. Oh, welcome! You're our good little new soon-to-be Catholic. That was the thought process, as opposed to this isn't recognized. I'm sure that. I mean, there were families who did that, but it wasn't the church who did that.
Now think about this. Okay, so the Catholic Church doesn't recognize the marriage of somebody because it wasn't done in a Catholic setting in the 1600s. So you have people who are forced to marry other people that they didn't want to marry, going out and getting remarried to people who now are offering them a valid marriage.
Yeah. I mean, I get it.
Do you think that would ruffle feathers?
I mean, the thing is it. the thing is I knew that part, but my point is this: it only ruffles feathers to a point. In your country, it ruffles them more because of the collectivism and the rather brutal hold that you hold thereon of it. But when it really comes down to it, like many other cultures in the past, the ones that just refuse to recognize it, Yeah, it's just you get smacked and taken home, and the shit didn't happen.
Do you realize that if somebody leaves like that to out of the marriage that they're in, that depending on which feudal lords have
it's a
people
death
married,
sentence.
no. That like this is not just a death sentence to that person or the two people that were involved. This is a death sentence to an entire clan.
Or at least that person's direct family, if not the whole clan. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
it's this is not a small thing. I'm not unaware. I was just pointing out that's why most of the time people just got smacked and sent to their room, and one of the persons got killed as opposed to both type shit.
Right.
It's one of these things where I understand the history on that part well enough.
It wasn't that someone just got killed. They got killed, beheaded, and their head put on a stake in the middle of town.
Yeah, amongst other things. Yeah, we could talk about the boilings and the other stuff that would be done to certain people.
Well, I mean, you know, you can either choose it depends on how rich the place is. If it's poor, it'll be water. If it's rich, it'll be oil.
I don't think it really matters to the person in the pot, just to be fair.
Right. I mean, like, it depends on how many people you need to put in the pot. I mean, the entropy with the water is a lot quicker than that of the oil.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but they keep the fire going. You're all right. It's a big ass pot. It's more the metal you have to worry about losing the heat out of. The oil will fucking keep up with the metal. Yeah. Sorry. For those of you who don't know the history of torture and capital punishment within Japan, don't look into it. It will give you fucking nightmares.
And here's the thing: when people say that all the tortures of hell, like Japan had all of this stuff before the priests got there to tell them that hell was bad. Hell honestly probably looked like a vacation site compared to what the stuff that they did.
I mean, we'll joke except for with the particular wording of it, because while the priests may not have elicited much fear with their descriptions of hell, the concept of hell left to a Japanese mind that already had those horrors in its own head. The shit that you guys came up with, I can only imagine what the fucking imagined tortures were, if this is what you guys did for real.
I just imagine a Jesuit priest coming up and explaining hell, and then the daimyo would be like, "Here, hold on a second. Let me go grab great-great-grandfather's diary real quick."
I mean, you're not wrong, but that's kind of my point.
Like this? You see the Jesuit
very much a hold my beer moment. Like,
I mean,
bad.
But I mean, we joke, but no. More, my point is, think about it like this: from an actual psychological perspective, you are given the concept of hell. This is the history and torture and capital punishment that you are used to. What imaginary fucked up shit did you come up with that you thought was worse?
Yeah.
No wonder you guys converted so quick. You're like, no, fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, that's my thing. Because I went through a pretty fucked up childhood. The things that I come up with in like just random thoughts freak out most normal humans. I'm guessing it's kind of the same kind of concept, just as a whole population.
You know how, like there's one of the ones in what is it in Japanese hell where they, you know how like you'd skin a rabbit by nailing it to a board and then pulling the skin off of it. That's what the Oni do to you in hell, in a particular area of hell.
Yes, I know that. God, such an inefficient way to do it too. Okay. So for any of you who end up going hunting, there's this little trick when skinning rabbits. There's this spot about the 7th vertebrae. You make a little slit. You put a finger in the slit on each side, and you go like this, and it peels them like a fucking banana. It's useful. What these people did is like the hardest possible way to skin a rabbit, short of actually taking a scalpel and cleanly severing all the skin off.
No, what I'm saying is that they're Oni in Japanese hell that
Doing
do
that
this
to
to
you.
you repeatedly.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And they're doing the most like ridiculously fucking hardcore way to do it. They're not even doing it the right way.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And if I remember correctly in the story, the wind, which feels like sand, is not sand. It's made of salt.
I don't remember that one, but I definitely could see it. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Japanese.
Like it's a
hell.
briny salt, like the sea water and salt, like mixed in, but it's a heavy, like super heavy.
See, that was where I was mistaken, because I thought that salt that you're talking about came from a sea, because if I remember correctly, the Japanese underworld has a big-ass fucking ocean in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, so, like, I thought that's what it was.
Everything has ocean around it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we do kind of draw from our environment for these things. But yeah, like, I remember this, because if I'm remembering correctly, I remember this one legend of, I want to say it's Amaterasu, traveling on a boat in the ocean in the afterlife. Like, and the boat going through, like, big-ass storms, and I'm sitting there going, where the fuck's this ocean underground, or wherever the fuck your afterlife is? It's like, because like she was at sea for days.
It's literally like a different plane of existence. The best way to think about it is think of it like the upside down.
No, that's fair. Because it was just like she was at sea for days in that legend,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, that's a big ass fucking ocean for the underworld.
Yeah.
So. But that's where I always attributed the salt from, and maybe that's just English translations. They called it salt spray instead of like actual salt. Like
but here's the thing: like there's a constant salt spray, right? But in certain areas of hell, it's also arid at the same time. So that salt spray
is dried salt from the beach. Yeah,
coming in at you.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just because, like I said, maybe it's just the English translation, because the way it's worded, I pictured ocean seawater, which, by the way, that shit drying on your skin ain't fun either. But so I just pictured a different torture.
Not attached to your body.
Well, that too. Yeah, I just kind of pictured a different version of hell than you did with that one, because of the way that it was worded in the versions I read. It's kind of wild, because this is something that you'll learn, anybody who's still watching, because obviously this digression has gone far from the text, and you may have tuned out. But if you actually go through the explorations of the concepts of the afterlife anywhere in the world that has such a concept, which, by the way, not all do, but anywhere in the world that has such a concept, they will draw very, very heavy parallels from the physical environment around them. And I don't mean in the traditional sense of like, like when somebody asks you to think of 3 words, you look around your room and pick 3 words. I mean, they will draw very, very specific juxtapositions that seem innocuous because of the way the rest of the story is told. Like the giant fucking ocean in the underworld. Whereas in Greece, it's little rivers. Not little, I mean, they're still big, but they're rivers. It's not seas. There's a couple of lakes, but you can see the other side of the lake, so they're not even big fucking lakes.
Yeah.
You know, when you go to the, specifically the Abrahamic religions, you're now dealing with a desert-dwelling religion. Look at most of the particular myths within our hell. It's hot, it's dry, it's burning. It's fucking skin being torn off, things like this.
Gadflies.
Yeah, like it is describing what your environment is around you when you grow up in an arid desert environment. Just everything turned to 11, and that's what every other afterlife does to a point. Well, let me rephrase that. I won't say everyone, but at least every like primitive one. There's afterlives that have been created in modern times that are just fucking wacky. I'm looking at you, Scientology. Oh, but when it comes like down to it, like this is something you should be able to parse out, like as you read through these texts, as you know, like we're gonna pull from Greece and Russia and North Africa and Egypt, specifically the lower Egypt, Nile Valley, etc. Like we are going to be pulling from things that are very familiar to you. But that's because these environments are all similar to things that you've seen in your everyday life or in the media you've consumed. If you were from these other regions, they'd feel alien, which is why we end up creating such ridiculous proportions to these concepts. The exaggeration of heaven, the exaggeration of hell. Um, this is, it's natural because the whole point to these higher and lower planes, if you want to call them such, is that they are the personification of everything that is good or everything that is evil. Well, we have no real concept of that thing. Like, I can point you to, like, autobiographies of abuse victims, and their life would make what you have envisioned hell looking like seem like fucking child's play. And this is shit that they've experienced in real life. The concept of what the everlasting, true, absolute torture is something that is outside the human concept of understanding, because literally a human being couldn't survive such a thing without some kind of supernatural intervention to keep us alive. If we were put in so much terror and so much pain for so long, we would literally die of shock. Our brains and our bodies would just give out. I'll point you to several people who died of cardiac arrest under care of fucking some less than kind jailers who were trying to rendition information out of them. I'll point you to the congressional files on those. You'll have a lot of reading. There's not a minor selection to choose from. These things are literally, the things you're imagining are the worst of the worst, are not what this thing is describing. It's describing anything that's massively worse than that. That's why we do this reductio ad absurdum with our afterlives. At least in monotheistic and modern religion, very heavily. Like when we started talking about Eastern religions earlier, you'll point out that a lot of Eastern religions didn't have a concept of punishment in this way. Yes, there were demons in Bakamoto that would do fucked up shit to you, but you could still be reborn. That was a time period. That wasn't eternity. You there was an end to it. There was, because that makes more sense. And I have the sneaky suspicion this is why your faith persisted where many other cultures in your region did not have their faith persist, and now those countries are predominantly Catholic or Protestant.
No.
Is because, well, your nations as a whole, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that Shinto or Taoist, however, pick which one, depending on which region we're talking about, that ends up surviving, it gives a more realistic, plausible outcome of what the afterlife might be if there is one. Because if the afterlife is what Christians or Muslims or several other religions, like, there's the Caribbean Vadoon, there's Santeria, there's several other religions around the world that have these ridiculously overinflated concepts of the afterlife, of like extreme punishments. These are things that are so new in the grand scheme of things, of the world's religions. And they end up pushing most people into harmonization. Which is why you'll notice me and Rich bicker every once in a while when he says something that I have to point out it's a harmonization. Because according to what the dogma and doctrine teaches and what the scripture teaches, the things that people believe don't line up. Like, at all. Like we have people who believe that heaven is some place where you get to do whatever you want and everything's golden and you have every joy that you could possibly have imagined.
Ice cream and puppies.
And all of your fucking dead relatives were good are there. When in reality, if you go by scripture, doctrine, and dogma, you're going to be singing praises to God 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the rest of eternity. You will be kissing that big fucker's asshole forever. You will never be able to do anything else. You only get to sing him praises. That's it. Like, we have a lot of people who believe otherwise. Show me the scripture. Show me the doctrine. Show me the dogma that actually teaches different, that shows that this has some validity, even within the framework of your own religion, outside of this is what a lot of people believe now, because it was easier to believe than the shit we taught you.
And I am an hour over what I should be, so
I didn't even realize. Yeah, have a good night, and I'm actually going to get off here, too.
Yep, take care. Bye.
Come on, step right in. We got space for the real. Come shed your skin. Leave the small minds behind. This place is for you. We got fucking fire. Let's burn right through. You're one of us. Don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. Ain't no limits, you fit right in. Come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here it's real, no fake ass game. No need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got the soul. Come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Leave them behind, you belong here. The city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth, and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom, you're in the right place. We speak in flames, and we wear no mask on our face. No judgment, no walls, you're free as can be. This city's your playground, come feel the energy. You're one of us, no need to pretend. Come and taste it, this city'll be your best friend. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Feel that pulse, it's pounding hard. This city's a beast and it ain't got no guard. You're home now, fuck the fear. The city's alive and it's keeping you near. Let go, feel it in your blood. This place is raw and it'll drown you in love. Step in closer, let the lights pull you in. City's a beast, it'll swallow your sin. Here we live without care or shame. You're one of the wild, we're all the same. Leave the past behind, ain't no chains. This city's a storm, we live in the rains. Come feel the rush, we're boundless here. You're fucking free, no judgment, no fear. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. You're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide. You're one of us, don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. life ain't no limits. You fit right in, come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here it's real, no fake ass game, no need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got that soul, come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Fuck those narrow minds, leave them behind. You belong here, this city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom? You're in the right place. We speak in flames and we wear no mask on our face. No judgment, no walls, you're free as can be. This city's your playground, come feel the energy. You're one of us, no need to pretend. Come and taste it, this city'll be your best friend. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. City's alive, come on, step down tight in. Bumping fire, let's burn right through. Yo, that pulse is pounding hard. This city's a beast and it ain't got no guard. You're home now, fuck the fear. The city's alive and it's keeping you near. Let go, feel it in your blood. This place is raw and it'll drown you in love. Step in close and let the lights pull you in. City's a beast and it will swallow your sin. Here we live without care or shame. You're one of the wild, we're all the same. Leave the past behind, ain't no chains. This city's a storm, we live in the rains. Come feel the rush, we're boundless here. You're fucking free, no judgment, no fear. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. You're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide. Yeah, you're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide.
Shit gets real. Captain City is crew, a pack of steel. No monkeying around, we're all ready to brawl. Space fucking monkeys taking it all. Split seas twitching, yeah, he's wired as hell. If he's got the goods, he rings the death bell. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Hey, slow the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Coarse fist, hard as flint steel. He'll crush your skull, then ask how you feel. Spinor's a badass with sights locked tight. He'll take your ass out before the blink of light. Nebulous out there playing mindfuck games, but Simeon's crew, they'll burn his whole name. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Hey, slow the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Black holes suck, but these apes don't give a fuck. They just press their luck. Dr. Splits is glitching like a goddamn boss. Running tech so slick, you won't know you're lost. Versus 2's a fucking joke, Nebula's a bitch. But when Simeon's done, they'll be left in a ditch. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Hey, slow the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Shaolin is the monk, a bitch kicking and flicking her staff around. Singing, drooling like a frat boy, dribbling out the sounds. The crew all fucking round, bully universe like a mark. Nebula can't track the queen, he is kept in the dark. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew don't give a fuck. Hey, slow the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Here's to the crew that fucks it all up. That gets all the girls and rocks all the world. Smashing through space without giving a fuck. Simeon's the king, his crew's got the crown. Hey, slow the fuck out, gonna burn it all down. Ha-ha.
Well, the earth was hot and the oceans wide. Lightning struck and the molecules fried. Methane, ammonia, and water in the air, creating organic soup with plenty to spare. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Cyanide, formaldehyde coming on through. Reactions bubbling, making something new. Amino acids, they're the star of the show. Glycine, alanine, they start to grow. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Now peptides form when acids linking tight. Through dry cycling, they do it right. Chains get longer, proteins align. Polymers growing in the clay and brine. Then came the RNA, folding in style, copying itself with a big old smile. Adenine, cytosine, they made the call. Uracil and guanine, linking them all. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Now lipids in the ocean start to play, forming little bubbles in a lipid array. Micelles and vesicles close and tight, making protocells in the brightening light. Metabolism starts with a simple spin. ATP forms as energy kicks right in. Protocells dividing, evolution ignites. Life's first steps on a road to new heights. Now peptides fold and cells emerge. The boundary between life and chemistry surges. From simple reactions to systems so grand, abiogenesis took its stand. Oh, abiogenesis, we figured it out. How molecules danced and life came about. With energy flowing and time on its side, life truly began and it can't be denied. Now peptides fold and cells emerge. The boundary between life and chemistry surges. From simple reactions to systems so grand, abiogenesis took its stand. Oh, abiogenesis, we figured it out. How molecules danced and life came about. With energy flowing and time on its side, life truly began and it can't be denied.
تنتظرك مهمرة سماوية تستحق انفللا مسافر ومجارتي حيث تتجاوز الحكاية ناتي لا نهاية لها إلا العبد تتقلب من خلال الحالات الثابتات وتتدفق تيارات جميلة وداعيا للكرة الأرضية قيادة التيار فالقصص المبهية نطفو في اللا نهاية الداخليات سنجد مسائر بشرية نكمل الرحلة البعيدة في النجوم الحائجة نحن قدسنا الشروق في مهما كسيهاتي حيث تتكشف الألغازي كسوفة المسير الإلهي حيث تترسخ الرحلة الإكليليات دخول بصيرات لا تعد ولا تحصى حيث يتم سرد الحكايات التي لا حدود لها استكشاف هذه الحرب ودان حيث تتكشف الأسرار ناسي ألافك فك رموز التجمع الكرواتي الرحلة النهمية التي نمر بها استكشافة الأبادي والحكمة هلا نحيت في متناول اليد النزول إلى الغلاف المغناطيسي حكاية كونيات يجب فهمها الإبر يبرر الظواهر المنذرات يتلهم الأساطير رحلة سما وأبيض عبر العوالم البطوليات أحلام مظلمات نكتسبها رسم بيان يبرر المجرات البعيدات في شيء كرمز يطمعه كوافيل لاستكشاف دائمي تشبه شام اللواء اشتعلت في النيران يبرر الحدود العنصريات وانفتحت تلفات تحت القماش الأسود تدور الأكثر السماويات تنفجر يبرى الفتى الهلال العمياء وتدور القصص الخالدات مغامر خيال له حدود لم تتكشف الأحلام النجمية وفديس نجميات في الكون هاي تتمشى المغامرة يا حريق مذهلات في السيمفونيات السمايات هاي تحتوي الأحلام استكشاف العوالم التي لا تموت في الكون
In the heart of Cambodia, where suffering reigned, I witnessed the world forever changed. Post-Khmer Rouge, amidst the pain, I found a truth that I couldn't restrain. Moved by the masses, their tears and their plight, I traded the darkness for a kitchen's light. With pots and pans, I'd make it right, cooking up hope in the darkest of nights. Class solidarity, our beacon so pure. In the midst of despair, it's the only cure. Ideological purity, I had to endure. But unity prevails, of that I'm sure. In strewn train shadows, where echoes did fade, I saw the cost of ideologies laid. The Khmer Rouge's reign, the price that was paid. I vowed to stand for the human parade. Their spirits so resilient, their hearts made of gold. In a world torn apart, their stories were told. A chef with a purpose, my role firmly strolled, cooking up compassion, the warmth to unfold. 5/8 rhythm at 120 beats per minute, a complex scheme, odd numbers, no limit. In this lyrical dance, I'll continue to spin it. Your Canada's words, a gift every minute. Class solidarity, all beacon so pure. In the midst of despair, it's the only cure. Ideological purity, I had to endure. But unity prevails, of that I'm sure. With long multi-syllabic words, I paint the scene, the scars of the past, in verses so keen. From Detroit to Cambodia, life's unforeseen. A chef with a message, through rhythms I glean. Complex intimations, metaphors that ignite, conceptualizations in verses so bright. With high IQ's guidance, my lyrical flight, I'll tell this tale, a beacon of light. So remember this lesson from my time overseas. Class solidarity transcends ideologies. In the face of suffering, together we seize the power of unity, a message that frees.
twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined, I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I puppet on a marionette string. They danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale, in silence I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. Now I stand a sentinel of despair. In solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence I'll find solace there.
Dar saje haje pichide pichak ha Bagi botsar sabs aknum band ha Etmadam dadam Nishane mokadas Amagol harachidan Kormandam dar kafas Man fanu se daryai shikaste Bar sahili bikas Gom shodeh dar trufan digar oshanist Anan bad ban kishirdan Raha kardan faryadam Dar okyanus se sukut Hamvare mi baram Arosak i barisman Hay arosak bazi Raksandam Delam avaz khan Dar karnavalishan Dar hava charkandan Aman amayesh ke tamam shud Rismanam rabaridan Man fanu se daryai shikaste Bar sahili bikas Gom shodeh dar trufan digar oshanist Anan bad ban kishirdan Raha kardan faryadam Dar okyanus se sukut Hamvare mi baram
strela Garët kërdan gajnë haj Dastanam në pida Të shabima Kalbam jëksat Dastani tan hatar Dar sukut foruhtam Anan ujaha Ira gereften vahunah tabidan Parçe I paftan Ke daran hunam budi Ama qundast ka E paftan istat Mara morte fagos ashtan Dar parçe tanai Gambar mi daram Man fanu se daria I shikaste Përsa I libikas Kom shuder dar trufan Digroshenist Anan bat banke shirdan Raha kaptan fariadan Dar okyanus e suku Hamvare mi param Akmanistadam Negah bani uzjas Përpat kahitan hai Manvares Etemadam ragereftan Kalban barhanna Dar simfoni e sukut Aramesh miyama
In shadows cast by laughter's guise, they wove their charms a web of lies. I offered trust a sacred prize, but they plucked the fruit and left goodbyes. I'm a broken lighthouse on a hollow shore, once a beacon, now shining no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in an ocean of echoes I'll forever pour. A puppet dancing to unseen hands, they spun my steps to their demands. In their carnival I joined the strands. When the curtain fell, I lost my lands. I'm a broken lighthouse on a hollow shore, once a beacon, now shining no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in an ocean of echoes I'll forever pour. Of untold gold, they shattered my locks, left stories untold. In moonless nights, my warmth grew cold, a silence so deafening, my heart was sold. They stole my dreams, spun them like thread, wove a tapestry where shadows fed. When the loom was still, my soul was bled. On the fabric of silence, their lies were spread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a hollow shore, once a beacon, now shining no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in an ocean of echoes I'll forever pour. Now I stand, a sentinel of despair, a fractured beacon, my heart laid bare. In the quiet abyss I claim my share, a symphony of silence, a life to repair.
نادور يبرى الصدمة المتجمية بينما نوصد برشقاقتي يعمل الحكمة الكشية في الشلال الكوني الذي نحضره ميشارات عليا جب تنتظرك مهامرة سمامية تستحق الثناء مسافر والمجرة حيث تتجاوز الحكاية التي لا نهاية لا إله الأبد تتقلب من خلال الحالات الثابتة وتتدفق تيارات جميلة داعيا للكرات الأرضية بيد التعريف القصص المبية ندفو في أحلى نهايات الداخلية سنجد مساير بشرية نكمل الرحلة البعيدة في النجوم الحريجة المقدسون الشروق في مهما كسيهة حتى تكشف الأنخزي كسوفة المسير للإله حتى ترسخ الرحلة الإكليلية
دخول بصيرات لا توعد ولا تحسى حيث يتم السرد لكاية التي لا حدود لها استكشاف أحد الشر بودا حيث تتكشف الأسرار المظلمة الخوف أبد الستار حيث تسيل فقر مسأل تجموات الكروية الرحلة النجمة التي نمر بها استكشافات الأبد والحكمة لها نهاية في متناول اليد النزول إلى الخلاف المغناطيسي حكاية كونيات يجب فهمها الإبريها بالظواهر المنذرات أي طالما الأساطير رحلة السماوات تعتبر الأول من البطوليات أحلام مسلمة نكتسبها رسم بيان يبر المجرات البعيدة في شاي كرمزين يتمهو كوافل الاستكشاف الدائمي توجب شاب الروح
اشتعلت في النيران يبرى الهدود لعنصريات وانفتحت الآفاق تحت القماش الأسود تدور الأقدار السماويات تنفجر يبرى الفضاء العالمي وتدور القصص الخالدات مغامر خيال ولا حدود له تتكشف الأحلام النجمية وفدي سنجمية في الكون حيث تتمشى مغامرتي كالخيط الفيلات السيمفونية السمارية حيث تجتمع الأحلام استكشاف العوالم التي لا تموت في النسيج الإلهي مغامر الكون حيث تتشابك حكايتنا الخديدات
Dvalde versa meldeneuels terwijl ons gracieus opstuk diverse melingvana kashierse wijsheid in die kosmische waterval wat ons bijwoont sterrenstelsels van verwondering waren hemelse escapade om te prijs galactische reizigers waar eindeloze verhalen weer eeuwig transcenderen wisselend door gefixeerde auroras.
Step right in, we got space for the real, come shed your skin. Be the small minds behind this, place is for you. We got fucking fire, let's burn right through. You one of us, don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. Ain't no limits, you fit right in. Come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here, it's real, no fake ass game. No need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got the soul. Come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. minds, leave them behind. You belong here, the city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth, and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom, you're in the right place. We speak in flames, and we wear no mask on our face. No judgment, no walls, you're free as can be. This city's your playground, come feel the energy. You're one of us, no need to pretend. Come and taste it, the city'll be your best friend. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Feel that pulse, it's pounding hard. This city's a beast and it ain't got no guard. You're home now, fuck the fear. The city's alive and it's keeping you near. Let go, feel it in your blood. This place is raw and it'll drown you in love. Step in closer, let the lights pull you in. City's a beast, it'll swallow your sin. Here we live without care or shame. You're one of the wild, we're all the same. Leave the past behind, ain't no chains. This city's a storm, we live in the rains. Come feel the rush, we're boundless here. You're fucking free, no judgment, no fear. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. You're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide. You're one of us, don't play it soft. This city's dripping heat and we go off. Ain't no limits, you fit right in. Come taste the pulse, let it sink in your skin. Out here it's real, no fake ass game. No need to hide, ain't no goddamn shame. We don't blink, don't care for rules. This city's alive and it's breaking all the fools. You got the spark, you got that soul. Come ride the vibe, we'll make you whole. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. Fuck those narrow minds, leave them behind. You belong here, this city's a gold mine. We don't care where you're from, fuck all that noise. We deal in truth and we ain't playing with toys. You want freedom? You're in the right place. We speak in flames and we wear no mask on our face. No judgment, no walls, you're free as can be. This city's your playground, come feel the energy. You're one of us, no need to pretend. Come and taste it, this city'll be your best friend. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. City's alive, come on, step downside in. Walking fire, let's burn right through. Yo, that pulse is pounding hard. This city's a beast and it ain't got no guard. You're home now, fuck the fear. The city's alive and it's keeping you near. Let go, feel it in your blood. This place is raw and it'll drown you in love. Step in closer, let the lights pull you in. City's a beast and it will swallow your sin. Here we live without care or shame. You're one of the wild, we're all the same. Leave the past behind, ain't no chains. This city's a storm, we live in the rains. Come feel the rush, we're boundless here. You're fucking free, no judgment, no fear. Come on, step in, we're waiting for you. Ain't no limit to the shit you can do. City's got grit, city's got soul. Welcome my friend, you're about to take control. You're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide. Yeah, you're home now, don't look back. The city's got your soul, it's right on track. Feel the beat, feel it pulse inside. This city's yours, now you ride the tide.
goods, he rings the death bell. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Ace, roll the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Coarse fist, hard as flint steel. He'll crush your skull, then ask how you feel. Spider's a badass with sights locked tight. He'll take your ass out before the blink of light. Nebula's out there playing mindfuck games, but Simeon's crew, they'll burn his whole name. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Ace, roll the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Black holes suck, but these apes don't give a fuck. They just press their luck. Dr. Splits is glitching like a goddamn boss. Running tech so slick, you won't know you're lost. Versus 2's a fucking joke, Nebula's a bitch. But when Simeon's done, they'll be left in a ditch. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew keeping it a buck. Ace, roll the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Shaolin is the monk, a bitch, kicking and flicking her staff around. Singing, drooling like a frat boy, dribbling out the sounds. The crew all fucking round, bully universe like a mark. Nebula can't track the queen, he is kept in the dark. Swinging through the stars, fast as fuck. Captain Simeon and his crew don't give a fuck. Ace, roll the fuck out, it's time to ride. Going ape shit on the cosmos, tearing up the sky. Here's to the crew that fucks it all up.
Well, the earth was hot and the oceans wide. Lightning struck and the molecules fried. Methane, ammonia, and water in the air, creating organic soup with plenty to spare. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Cyanide, formaldehyde coming on through. Reactions bubbling, making something new. Amino acids, they're the star of the show. Glycine, alanine, they start to grow. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to a life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Now peptides forming acids linking tight. Through dry cycling, they do it right. Chains get longer, proteins align. Polymers growing in the clay and brine. Then came the RNA, folding in style, copying itself with a big old smile. Adenine, cytosine, and made the call. Uracil and guanine, linking them all. Oh, hey, biogenesis, let's break it down. From lifeless soup to a life we found. With chemistry ticking and time to spare, life started building right out of thin air. Now lipids in the ocean start to play, forming little bubbles in a lipid array. Micelles and vesicles close and tight, making protocells in the brightening light. Metabolism starts with a simple spin. ATP forms as energy kicks right in. Protocells dividing, evolution ignites. Life's first steps on a road to new heights. Now peptides fold and cells emerge. The boundary between life and chemistry surges. From simple reactions to systems so grand, abiogenesis took its stand. Oh, abiogenesis, we figured it out. How molecules danced and life came about. With energy flowing and time on its side, life truly began and it can't be denied. Now peptides fold and cells emerge. The boundary between life and chemistry surges. From simple reactions to systems so grand, abiogenesis took its stand. Oh, abiogenesis. biogenesis we figured it out, how molecules danced and life came about. With energy flowing and time on its side, life truly began and it can't be denied.
جرت علي جبتا تزيرك مهمرة سماوية تستحق انفللا مسافر ومجارتي حيث تتجاوز الحكاية ناتي لا نهاية لها إلا لقد تتقلب من خلال الحالات الثابتات وتتدفق تيارات جميلة وداعيا للكرة الأرضية قيادة تيار فالقصص المبهية ندفو في ألا نهاية الداخليات سنجد مسائر بشرية نكمل الرحلة البعيدة في النجوم الحائجات نحن قدسنا الشروق في مهما سهاتي حيث تتكشف الألغازي كسوفة المسير الإلهي حيث تترسخ الرحلة الإكليليات دخول بصيرات لا تعد ولا تحصى حيث يتم سرد الحكايات التي لا حدود لها استكشاف هذه حرب ودان حيث تتكشف الأسرار المظلمات الخوض في أبد ستار حيث تتسع الأفق فكر موزل تجمعة الكروة الرحلة النهمية التي نمر بها استكشافة الأبادي والحكمة هلا نحيت في متناول اليد النزول إلى الغلاف المغناطيسي حكاية كونيات يجب فهمها الإبر يبرر الظواهر المنذرات يتلهم الأساطير رحلة سماوات عبر العوالم البطوليات أحلام مظلمات نكتسبها رسم بيان يبرر المجرات البعيدات في شيء كرمز يطمعه كوافيل لاستكشاف الدائم تشبه شعب اللواء اشتعلت في النيران يبرر الحدود العنصريات وانفتحت الآفاق تحت القماش الأسود تدور الأقطار السماويات تنفجر الأبرار الفتى الهلال العمياء وتدور القصص الخالدات مغامر خيال له حدود لم تتكشف الأحلام النجمية وفدي سنجميات في الكون حيث تتماشى المغامرة يا حريق مذهلات في السيمفونيات السمايات حيث تحتمي الأحلام استكشاف العوالم التي لا تموت في
In the heart of Cambodia, where suffering reigned, I witnessed the world forever changed. Post Khmer Rouge, amidst the pain, I found a truth that I couldn't restrain. Moved by the masses, their tears and their plight, I traded the darkness for the kitchen's light. With pots and pans, I'd make it right. Cook Picking up hope in the darkest of nights. Class solidarity, our beacon so pure. In the midst of despair, it's the only cure. Ideological purity, I had to endure. But unity prevails, of that I'm sure. In strewn train shadows where echoes did fade, I saw the cost of ideologies laid. The Khmer Rouge's reign, the price that was paid. I vowed to stand for the human parade. Their spirits so resilient, their hearts made of gold. In a world torn apart, their stories were told. A chef with a purpose, my role firmly strolled. Cooking up compassion, the warmth to unfold. 5/8 rhythm at 120 beats per minute. A complex scheme, odd numbers, no limit. In this lyrical dance, I'll continue to spin it. Your Canada's words, a gift every minute. Class solidarity, all beacon so pure. In the midst of despair, it's the only cure. Ideological purity, I had to endure. But unity prevails, of that I'm sure. With long multi-syllabic words, I paint the scene. The scars of the past in verses so keen. From Detroit to Cambodia, life's unforeseen. A chef with a message, through rhythms I glean. Complex intimations, metaphors that ignite. Conceptualizations in verses so bright. With high IQ's guidance, my lyrical flight, I'll tell this tale, a beacon of light. So remember this lesson from my time overseas. Class solidarity transcends ideologies. In the face of suffering, together we seize the power of unity, a message that frees.
Twisted vines, a garden once lush, now entwined. I gave my trust a sacred sign, but they plucked the roses, left me blind. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I puppet on a marionette string. They danced me, made my heart sing. In their carnival they made me swing. But when the show ended, they cut the string. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, left me to roar in the ocean of silence. Forever I'll pour. I was a treasure chest, a chest of gold. They plundered my riches, my story untold. In the moonless night, my heart grew cold. A lonelier tale in silence, I'm sold. They took my dreams and spun them like thread, weaving a tapestry where I bled. But when the loom stopped, they left me for dead. In the tapestry of loneliness I tread. I'm a broken lighthouse on a barren shore, lost in the tempest, my light no more. They sailed away, solitude's kingdom, I'm the air. They took my trust, my heart laid bare. In the symphony of silence I'll find solace there.
Dar saje haje pici de pichak ha Bagi botsar saps aknum band ha Etema dam dadam Nishane mokadas Amagol harachidan Kurmandam dar kafas Man fanu se daria shikaste Bar sahili bikas Gom shodeh dar trufan diga roshanist Anan bad ban kishirdan Raha kardan faryadam Dar okyanus e sukut Hamvare mi baram Arosak ki barisman Hay arosak bazi Raksandam Delam avaz khan Dar karnavalishan Dar havachar kandan Aman amayesh ke tamam shud Rismanam rabaridan Man fanu se daryai shikaste Bar sahili bikas Gom shodeh dar trufan diga roshanist Anan bad ban kishirdan Raha kardan faryadam Dar okyanus e sukut Hamvare mi baram Garad kardan gain hai Dastanam napida Dar shabima Kalbam yaksat Dastani tan hatar Dar sukut foruhtam Anan uyaha Ira gereftan vachunach dabidan Parche I paftan Gedaran chunam Ama čundast ka E paftanistat Mara morte hvago zaštan Dar parče tanai Gambar mi daram Man fanu se daryai shikaste Par sahili bikast Gom shodeh dar trufan diga roshanist Anan bad ban kishirdan Raha kardan faryadam Dar okyanus e sukut Hamvare mi baram Akman istada Negah bani